Hey everybody, welcome back to the Fish Tank. I'm Bad as Fish 80, and today it is tournament day. Now, I would just like to clarify, this is definitely not the second time we've done this introduction, and I definitely didn't mess up the first one and forget to have a setting set on OBS, and we definitely didn't mess that up. It definitely wasn't my fault. This is definitely not the second time. But anyway, welcome back to the Fish Tank. It's tournament day. This is GGtoor's Knight's Duel number 13. This is a tournament, $500 prize pool, which is presented by Team Mana Frenzy, Betadwarf, and GGtoor. And I am joined today by DeathShoott. DeathShoott, how are you?
Hello everyone for the first time.
Exactly.
I finally embraced my real voice.
Yep, so I'm going to try and make exactly the same jokes as I made the first time. They were funny as well. They're funny. DeathShoott, of course, if you guys at home are paying very close attention, you'll notice DeathShoott sounding a little more human than normal. And that's because, unfortunately, he's woken up with a very sore throat. He's a very poor boy, but he's going to help us out today.
Cough, cough.
We're going to be using our text-to-speech, and hopefully that should work out all okay. DeathShoott, how are you feeling, my friend? Hello?
Like someone poured hot lava on my throat and you.
Oh, I am well, my friend. I am well. Okay, so sorry to hear you're not feeling well, but I appreciate you still helping out. Hopefully the text-to-speech will work out. Let us know at home what you think. Hopefully it's going to be okay. So as mentioned, this is GGtoor's Knight's Duel number 13. We've got Dragon in attendance. He is the reigning champion. He has won 4 of these events in total. So he'll be looking to add a 5th and a 4th in a row. Do you see anybody challenging Dragon, or do you think he's going to just steamroll through these events as we've seen before?
Set has a history of getting in his way.
Yes, Set definitely has a history of getting in his way. Set, of course, previous champion, also a runner-up on a number of occasions, a runner-up to Dragon on a number of occasions. So it'll be very interesting to see if Set can indeed do anything about that. So this is going to be a 2-part event. We're going to have the Swiss format to start with, and then we're going to have the top 8 once the Swiss format has decided on that. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Remember, the results within the Swiss format, effectively the players are playing each other, and then as the rounds progress, they'll be playing people on a similar footing based on the results during the event, and then we'll get a top 8. And importantly, DeathShoott, you've probably got some experience of this, the results of the Swiss format can or will affect the seeding going forwards, which could be important.
You want to perform well, but also you want to not reveal all your decks.
Yeah, that's very important. So you want to basically get as far into the tournament as you can without using your A game. Once your A game is out, that could be a problem. So yeah, that's an important thing, and of course we're going to have the ban powers that the players normally have. So we'll see exactly how those work out. Okay, so as always, we've got our 3-minute delay here on the tournaments. Looks like we've gone live this time. Previously we did a 3-minute introduction and then I realized that I'd messed up, so we had to do that all again. So these things happen. Sometimes you could not mention them and you wouldn't know I messed up, but I've shared that with you. Hopefully you appreciate the honesty there. So we are...
But Fish knows I'd say something.
You would say something, yeah. Certainly. Now, let us know at home what do you think about the text-to-speech. Hopefully it should be okay. Shouldn't be too much of a delay. We're using a new spectate format as well for the game, so that's something that could potentially be awesome or a nightmare, so let's look out for that. Okay, so we're going to try to get into our first game as soon as possible. So it looks like we're going to have Scarlett against Memfisto. So we've got some bans coming in here. We've got Memfisto banning Colossus, Harbinger, and Milloween. So those are some bans against a very specific, heavy sort of Millow big unit cheese deck. And Memfisto, I'm not sure. So hold on. No, those are Scarlett's bans, sorry. Memfisto is banning Rekt, Kernaf, and Defenso Chopper. Interesting to see a Kernaf ban there straight away. DeathShoott.
Kernaf is very hard to handle on ladder right now.
Yep, so of course Kernaf...
You run Milloween with 1 to 2 mana spells.
So the way Kernaf works is it's... it basically, when it's triggered by a spell, it will do 100 damage to the 3 closest enemy things, excluding face. Now, it was changed recently where it could be, instead of previously where it was only triggered by your opponent, they changed it where it's now can be triggered by either player. And that change, although it kind of seemed like a small change, it was actually a huge change. Because in the past, people would play Kernaf and their opponent would then just not use spells until they dealt with it. Whereas now, when you can trigger it yourself, you're able to get that value out of Kernaf, and it really does a lot of damage. It has 2 charges, so it could do 2 lots of 3 times 100. So that's a lot of clear power. Of course, after this change at the start of the season, things got a little out of control on the ladder. That has been controlled a little bit. The devs hotfixed that quickly with regards to they've increased the mana cost from 4 to 5, and also if you've got multiple Kernafs on the field, they only one of them triggers per spell, whereas before they would all trigger, which was insane. That's more of a change in duos, or if you're using like a Spawn of Fury or something. But do you think we're going to be seeing a lot of Kernaf today, either on the field or on the bans?
Yes. Especially from the ladder players.
Yep, so we've seen that a lot in the ladder, definitely in pre-mades, but even in duos, in solos, it's very strong because of the fact you can trigger it yourself, as I mentioned, whereas before you used to be able to play around it, whereas now there's often a situation where you really can't. And one of the cool little things I like that you may or may have not noticed, but if you look at Kernaf, when Kernaf spawns, Kernaf Crystalback, you'll see there's these 2 big crystals on the back. And those are the 2 crystals representing the 2 charges. Now, you'll notice once the first charge is triggered, one of those crystals is consumed and disappears. The second time it is triggered, the second crystal disappears and there's no crystals left. So that's a cool little thing that you could, if you pay attention to, you can tell, is that Kernaf still as much of a threat as it previously was?
It's also important to keep in mind Kernaf needs to get past spawning sickness before activating.
That's true, yeah. There's a very small time frame between when you play it down and when it's active. So if you're playing it and then trying to activate it immediately, you've got to wait. Otherwise, that's gonna mess up. Right. We're almost ready to start here. So the first game we're going to have is Memfisto against Scarlett. So just to go over the bans again, Scarlett's banning Colossus Harbinger Milloween and
insert sounds of death here.
And Memfisto is banning Rekt, Kernaf, and Defenso Chopper. Do you think those 2 sets of bans are indicative of a very high level competitive player in Memfisto and somebody that's somewhat newer to the scene in Scarlett?
I think Scarlett's bans are more ladder based. I would ban like that versus players I don't know.
Okay. Almost ready here for our first game. Brackets are always available.
Memfisto banning Defenso over Whirly is interesting.
We'll find out. The bans often give you an indication of what the players may or may not be using. Okay, so we've got, let's see, we've got, get this up. Okay, just making sure we've got this set up properly, and then we can get into the first action of the day. Thanks for joining us, of course. Oh yeah, I forgot to do the Discord announcement. Let's do that quickly. I typed that out and everything ready to go. Forgot to hit enter, so let's just do that quickly here. Okay, there we go. Boom. Yeah, I did the tweet as well. Okay, right, so let's see how this new spectate works out. No, it does not. Okay, so we're going to be best of 3 until we get deeper into the tournament, and then it switches to the best of 5. Okay, so let's just give them that we are ready. Right, okay. So we've had a few technical issues. DeathShoot's half dead, but so far, so good. Let's see how we can get on with some actual casting action. So as mentioned, this is Memfisto against Scarlett in the opening round. So just to mention other players, we've got Set, of course, is here. Dragon is here. Nataraja is here. Dark Crow is here. Tjaenig is here. Nijram is here. So just mentioning a lot of the players, Centera, that we are familiar with, but also, of course, lots of new players as well. So good to see them. And of course, with this new format that we've been using within the last few events with the Swiss format, all the players will get a lot more game time than previously they may have. Okay, so here we go. We are loading in to our first
1.5 commentators. Let's go.
Game of the day. It's Memfisto. It's Scarlett. We've got Diona. We've got Morelia. Let's see exactly what we've going to have here. Now, so we've got a Diona scrap-based deck from Memfisto.
Lots of Scrat Swarm.
Lots of Scrat Swarm. Yep, Scrat Swarm did get a change recently. It got nerfed in so much that you need to have 5 Scrats in your opponent's area to trigger it. But once it's triggered, that is triggered for 5 seconds. So things like the Zeppelin Bomber get the double spawn. So he'll be looking to take best use of that if he can. Scarlett has a much heavier deck. We've got a lot of Zenshi stuff. Jungle Jumble as well. So we've got two lots of the J-Spark Watchers in there.
Two X-Watchers will be hard to handle.
Yeah, a lot of power. Remember, when they first came out many moons ago, they were insanely powerful. The leaderboard was just covered in them. But here we go. Reconator pushing at the top from Memfisto. We've got a buffed Tranquil Monkey at the bottom. That's going to take a little while to deal with.
This Reconator may get counter-pushed.
Okay, so Stormy's going to do a good job getting some stuns here, but doesn't really get too much value out. It was only hitting the Reconator. Didn't do too much damage to it. Nice use of the trap, though. He's going to try and get the Reconator to explode on face. This is going to be a huge amount of damage. Reconator, we've got the double Zeppelin Bomber in there. That's a massive amount of face damage. This could be the end of the game. That's going to be too much. That's the first game to Memfisto. And that was just a huge push out of almost nowhere. And that was the power of the Reconator. We saw the double Zeppelin Bombers activated by the Swarm, as well as the traps just being an absolute nightmare in there. Wow, DeathShoott, that was a huge push.
I think Scarlett needed more patience there. Let Reconator get on tower, play Watchers behind it.
So of course, once you've used the Jungle Jumble, you're always going to be at a bit of a negative for a while until you get some value, because you've invested that mana in something that's not going to immediately give you the payback. And one of the things that to notice there was the really nice use of the Zeppelin Bombers. They are very weak, but you've got the key to really getting value out of them is to send them in when they're not going to be taking aggro. And then they can just be a nightmare. You saw the Reconator was taking the aggro, the trap was in there taking the aggro as well. And not only are those Zeppelin Bombers doing face damage, but also they're putting a lot of damage on anything that they spawn trying to defend that, and that was just a huge push. So interesting there. How do you feel, DeathShoott, there? We've seen a Diona deck with a lot of Scrat in it, and I think I've seen that recently with other masters as well. Ratbo used to be the Scrat-based master, but it seems like with the changes recently that players are feeling a lot more comfortable with these Scrat-based mechanics in a deck outside of Ratbo.
I still think there are stronger faction decks than Scrats. However, I love the theme.
Yeah, Scrats are a lot of fun. Ratbo, one of my favourite masters. It has a very powerful perk too, of course, the Daka, but what you'll find is the usefulness of that perk drops off the higher level you get to. You know, at the lower levels, when players are not really prepared for it, not really ready to play around it, you can get huge value from that Daka. But at the higher levels, the players are aware. They know that Daka's always going to be a threat, and they're looking to try to fake out a Daka, try to tank it with something small. So that may be something why Ratbo doesn't really shine at the higher levels, because his perk, one of his main strengths, can really be played around. Okay, so that's the first.
Since Azog got fixed to now trigger Voidborn Wound. Voidborn has quickly become my favorite faction deck this season.
Yeah, I know that you were very unhappy with the fact that it didn't trigger the Voidborn Wound, and that really reduced its usability. But now that's one of the recent bug fixes. And yeah, so Voidborn Wound, of course, once a Voidborn minion does face damage, then it triggers the Voidborn Wound on any cards in hand with that functionality. But here we go. We're going into game number 2. It's Memfisto, Diona, Reconnator, Scrats. Copy and paste, same again. Scarlett playing Ravager. Now, Ravager is something we've seen hugely on the leaderboard so far. Okay, so we've got a bit of an issue to start with there. The Grenadier taking out the Arcanist and is now DPSing on face. A little bit of a mistake there from Scarlett. And so when you're trying to improve at this game, one of the things you've got to learn is how the cards, how the units interact with each other. If I play this into this, who's going to win? And once you know that, then you can play and you can be a lot more effective. So we'll see. Scarlett, of course, Ravager, it's all about that perk 1 push. What value can they get out of it? So it's looking like a Slither-based deck. Slithering summons, of course, somewhat recently changed. Not as powerful as it used to be. You're going to get units with Spirit instead of lots of cheap stuff. But look at the value coming in there from the Zeppelin bombers, clearing everything, doing face damage. Of course, Ravagers want to get a good push, get some value out of Brutus at the start, but really no value at all from Scarlett. Memfisto's been on the offensive this whole time. So not only has he done a decent amount of face damage to Scarlett, he's also well ahead on XP, and that's not where you want to find yourself as
Memfisto
Ravager.
repeating decks here. It wouldn't surprise me if he uses this deck as long as possible in Swiss, then completely drops off of it later in the tournament.
Yeah, as we spoke about earlier, if you can minimize the number of different decks you're playing, then that's going to allow you to keep some decks secret for later in the event. So you want to really, as DeathShoott says there, if you can hold this deck and just keep playing it over and over again, and this is going to be huge face damage. Again, we've got the Scrat Swarm from the Scratillery Scrats. They've got Frenzy, or Haste, as you can see. Massive face damage. Scarlett dropping 153 HP, not much left. Very far behind on XP as well. This is looking like Memfisto's going to take this first round match by 2-0, but let's see if Scarlett can bring anything back here.
Slithering summons, unfortunately not the powerhouse it used to be.
Yeah, as mentioned, you don't get the cheap cards with the sacrifice anymore. All you do is get the spirits, which is... it's great on the statue, not so great on the other things. And this is going to be the end of the game here. Scarlett unable to really shut this down. Even if the Reconator dies, there's so much more coming in. Scrutillery closes this out. That's Memfisto taking the first and the second game. And that's a series victory by 2-0. And interesting point there about him looking to rinse and repeat that deck for as long as possible. We'll see if that happens. And Scarlett, of course, using Ravager there, mentioned that Ravager is very strong on the ladder at the moment, but not, from my experience, not that sort of Ravager deck. We've seen a lot of, you were talking about Azog, we've seen a lot of Voidborn Ravager, we've seen a lot of Zen Chi-based Ravager, not so much this Slitherbound Ravager. But that was an interesting game there. And of course, with the Swiss format, these players all get to play a bunch of games. So regardless of how they do, they get a lot of game time. This is a great way to learn if you're a newer player by watching or taking part. These experienced players, you can learn a lot from the way they're deck building, the way they're banning, and of course the way they're playing. We always say that it's one thing to just take a deck. You can look at Memfisto's deck, but you've got to learn how to play it. And of course it's about playing the right things at the right time and getting the most value out of them. So this is a
tournaments, Ravager is much harder to pull off. These players are quite skilled at defense.
Yeah, these players are skilled at defense, but of course it's about, do they have the tools available? And sometimes those Ravager decks, they really just can be a nightmare to deal with. But that looks like that is Memfisto stamping his authority in the first round here. We'll have a look to see what's going on. So the way the Swiss format works is we're going to need all the games in the first round to complete before we can move on. So we'll see what else is going on here. Looks like Set has got a victory against Killigore. Dragon and Cookiesaurus still going on. Nataraja beating the Wapester. Darkrow beating Sabershoot. Looks like we've got a bunch of other games still going on. We may drop into
Every
those.
time I say something, since I can't hear myself, it's like fish just completely cuts out.
Wait, did you type that in both of them? How did I hear you? How did I hear you from that? Okay, DeathShoott freaking me out a little bit there. Hold on.
Dun Duel you own.
Wait, how did I hear that? Did you what? How did that pick that up from there? I don't know how it, what I don't understand. Okay, let's just ignore that. I don't know how that's it's freaking me out a little bit. Okay, just to remind you guys, we are on a 3-minute delay. So it's a little bit awkward to interact with chat, but we'll do our best. I don't know, how did I hear that, DeathShoott? You typed that in the main channel, right? I don't have it on for the main channel. I don't know. I don't know.
You probably imagined it.
Yeah, possibly. That's freaking me out a little bit. Like, I don't have that on. Unless I do. I don't unless I do. I don't think I do. Anyway. Looks like you've got text-to-speech wherever you talk. Okay, so let's have a look. We could maybe jump into another game or two. So let's see. It's going to be a little bit tricky to know what the heck's going on, but let's have a look. I think Dragon's got a game going on at the moment. Let's jump in there. Okay. So we'll take the scores off for this because we're not 100% sure what the scores are. Okay. Looks like the decks have messed up a little bit unless they happen to both be playing exactly the same deck. This dual deck technology is a little untested, so there could be a few little weird interactions. So we'll just figure it out as we go. Okay, so Dragon got a massive XP lead here. Dragon playing in a cursed deck, a cursed Morelia, something we know that he's very fond of playing.
Dragon playing a cursed in a tourney. Been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. We see him play Morelia, but often it's not an accursed version of the deck. But if there's someone that's very good with accursed, that's going to be Dragon for sure. Okay, so it seems like this dual deck stuff is a little bit funky when we dive into a match that's already open. We'll see. Okay, so Lightning Bolt on the Dragon, but the Dragon's got Spirited, so Nibir's going to be a real pain to deal with. Mana Frenzy for Dragon here as well, so Dragon fully in control of this game. Mana Frenzy even before Cookiesaurus Rex gets the perk 3. And that's just the power of a very experienced player. Playing in a curse deck with lots of bridge control. Dragon's going to be able to close this out with the power of the Accursed. In Mana Frenzy, it's going to be far too strong.
With this deck, you typically want to utilize perk 3 and get 3 dragons in a row. First the card, then perk 3, then the card again.
Yeah, you get that huge power spike of those 3 quick back-to-back dragons. And often that can be too much for your opponent to deal with. Okay, so that's probably game number 2, but we don't know. Let me see if I can fix that command in the chat. Okay, try that. Okay, so we dropped in there at the end of that game. And Dragon was able to close that out. Okay. We got somebody starting a little late. Sometimes in these events, the first round's always a little bit interesting because, especially when you've got new players, they're not fully sure where and when they should be, so there could be a little delay. And with the fact it's a Swiss format, you can't start the next round until the current round is finished because the next round depends on the results of the first round. So that's always a little tricky thing to deal with at the start, but shouldn't be too much of a problem. Okay, so hopefully that spectate stuff gets fixed after this reset. So,
and when 2 new players get each other as opponents, it can be quite the party.
Quite the party. Indeedly do. Okay, so let's refresh that. The brackets are available, of course, for you guys at home if you want to check that out. Follow along with what's going on. We encourage the players to update the brackets, update the results as the matches go, so we can see the progress as they progress, but often they don't.
Is this double deck technology from Betadwarf or Butt Technologies?
Why has Buttspot got the voice? I don't understand where this voice is coming from. Okay.
I am Budspot.
Let's see if we can figure that out. Okay. Okay. No more Buttspot voice. I think you had the voice in both channels. I don't know. I tried opening it in an incognito browser, but it seems like it's linked between them somehow. Anyway. So, just a reminder with regards to the season cards. The current season cards are always banned for these events, primarily because not everyone's going to have them. Remember, the season cards now are always, or they have been for the last few patches, available within the free battle pass, but it does take some time to unlock them. So not everyone may have access to them. So, if I look at my notes, that means that Chief Icebreaker, Bolf, and Snap Freeze are currently banned for this event. But the offshoot of that is the previous bans are no longer in effect. That
16 raiders from Tangilizer have joined.
Thanks for the raid, Tangilizer. That means that Rimagal and Adventuring Party are available to play. So, DeathShoott, do you think we're going to see any of Rimagal or the Adventuring Party now they're unbanned? Or is that going to be fairly irrelevant?
I doubt we will see the new cards. Neither are potent in 1v1.
Yeah, so Rimmergall did get a change recently where it's got a more effective freeze. It doesn't, although it moves its attack left and right, it's the freeze is more likely to land. So it is better than it has been, but potentially maybe not strong enough. Do you think Rimmergall as a unit's not strong enough, or do you think it's because of that the frozen debuff that all your minions get before you've defrosted it, or do you think it's just a combination of them both?
Rimmergall needs a longer range.
Rimmergall needs a longer range. Interesting. I did see someone mention, I think it was Hungol mentioned, that he didn't seem to think that it was getting the perk 2 buff from Stormbringer, so that's interesting. We'll check that out. Yeah, always interesting to see if any of the
freeze I think is fun to work with. Certain units like Defenso or Zeppelin benefit a lot.
Yeah, that's very true. But potentially the offshoot of that is the freeze. It maybe restricts your deck building choices because basically, if you're not familiar with the new dragon guys, Rimmergall, basically you have to defrost it before you can play it, and you defrost it by spending mana on minions. So every 1 mana you spend is a defrost stack removed, and there's 35 defrost stacks to be removed. But whilst the dragon is frozen, every time you play a minion, that minion starts as frozen. So frozen means for 5 seconds it won't do anything. It takes 50% less damage during that period. So there's certain units that are actually still fairly viable whilst frozen. So things like the Defenso Chopper will still do the return shock damage and stuff like that. So it's interesting to see, but I feel like those units that are beneficial are fairly limited. Why is DeathShoott a robot? Unfortunately, DeathShoott is sick today. He has a bad throat, so we are using the text-to-speech technology to try to get around that restriction. So thanks to DeathShoott for sticking with us and trying to get through this. Hopefully it's fairly okay. Not fully natural, but it's not too bad. DeathShoots can type pretty quickly and accurately, and there's not too much of a delay.
I have a virus on my system.
Yes, he has a virus. We all knew that he wasn't human, and it's now proven. Right, Tangelizer, thanks so much for that raid. Come on in. So just if you joined us, this is GGtoor's Night's Duel number 13. This is GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf presenting this event. There's a $500 prize pool. We are in the first round at the moment of the Swiss format. We're trying to see exactly what the hold-up is. As mentioned, if there's one game that's delayed, then it delays the whole of the next round. We'll see if we've got any more games that have yet to be played. Let's have a look if we can jump into a game. Do we have these players as friends? Zen, not so sure. Nijram looks like they're still... it looks like they're in the menu, so that match may have been completed, but not quite reported yet. Let's see if we've got any invites on the Steam. From Zen. No, okay. Cannot jump into that one. Right, thanks for joining us today, guys. Appreciate you being here. Okay, looks like the first round has now completed. So we're into the second round. Brackets always available. There'll be a command in the chat. ! Brackets bouncing around. Okay, hold on. It was completed, but now it's not. It teased me. It went to round 2, and then it went back to round 1. What are you seeing there, DeathShoott? Okay, it looks like the matches have now been all completed.
I see everything.
Okay. Okay, so the second round is going to be Nataraja versus TerrorDown. So Nataraja, of course,
the prophecy is near completion.
A very experienced player. TerrorDown from my understanding, not so much. So it'd be interesting to see how this pans out. So let's get these names and scores set up on the screen. Okay, there we go. Looks like that is working out. So Nataraja, of course, a very experienced player. Again, let me check the notebook. Nataraja has been a previous champion, winning the number 8 tournament. So very, very experienced player. Very good player. And it's going to be a very tough one for TerrorDown to deal with him. So we'll wait for the ban information to come in. Once we've got that, then we'll get into the gameplay as soon as possible. The VOD for this event, as always, will be up on YouTube tomorrow or around that time. So if you miss any of it, if you want to go back and check it out, want to look for some decks or anything like that, you can do so. I always put timestamps in the description so you can drop. So there'll be chapters in the event, so you can go through to the matches. You don't have to listen to us talk our nonsense between them unless you really want to. But
I hope we see the same deck from Memfisto. Use it till it breaks.
Use it till it breaks. We'll see. Not in this game, though, because Memfisto's not in this game. Okay, so Nataraja. Spectate this player.
That is also true.
That is, yep. I'm going to restart my game. See how that goes. Okay, Steam wants to update. No, thank you. Don't want that. No, thank you. Okay. So if you can keep an eye on the band... Oh, whoops. If you can keep an eye on the band channel for that information, that'll be good. Memfisto, sorry, Nataraja, a very experienced player. Interesting to see what he bans always. And going back to what we were talking about with Rimagal and the Frozen stuff, it seems like the Frozen stuff, now we've seen the second cards for this season, the second set of cards with Chief Icebreaker, Bolf, and the Snap Freeze. Seems like there may be some synergy between all of these cards, and maybe when we get the next lot of cards for the next season, maybe some more synergy will become apparent. And if we look in the game, there is, if I bring this up very quickly here, let's just set this up. We do get a little tease if we look in the news of the game. Where are we? Here we are. Okay, so we have a teased picture. I know what it is, so I can't really guess.
I always love when more 2-mana spells get added. However, I have yet to practice with Snap Freeze.
Yeah, Snap Freeze doesn't seem that good. The fact it doesn't do any damage at all is always a little bit of a problem with those spells, limiting their usability. Okay, we've got some bans in. Memfisto banning Wrecked, Kernef, and Armoon. Wait, hold on. Why have we got bans from Memfisto and Set? We know the bans for a different game.
1 minute. BRB.
BRB, okay. Hold tight. Okay, so let's get this set up for Nataraja. Right, let me go into the ban list myself and see if we can find out what these guys are banning. Okay. So remember, the players can ban a master and 2 cards that their opponent cannot use. Their opponent, of course, can then ban back against them. Ideally, the bans are done in private, so nobody gets the benefit of banning second and reacting. Okay, let's have a look in the ban channel here. So, looks like we don't have the bans in for this game yet. What if I go to TTS2? We'll see. Hopefully not, but we'll see. Right, sorry for this little delay. We are just figuring out. Okay. Right, thanks for joining us as always. I know it's a little bit weird with DeathShoott doing the text-to-speech, but if you weren't here earlier, DeathShoott woke up feeling very ill today. He's got a very sore throat. He's not able to really speak much. So we're doing the next best thing, and he's joining us with the text-to-speech. So we can still get the DeathShoott insight, but in a slightly more human manner. DeathShoott, of course, is an incredible Minion Masters player. He streams as well. Make sure you drop him a follow. Go check him out when he's streaming. DeathShoott is, let's have a look again here. DeathShoott is a 3-time winner of this event. You were the runner-up in the last one, I think, as well. Right. Bans coming in.
Second place is a comfy home.
Second place is a comfy home. Right, we got Nataraja banning Ravager, Defenso Chopper, Cursebearer, and TerrorDown banning Apep, Stun Lancers, and Rammer. So Nataraja not looking to play against any of the potential cheese on the ladder by just saying Ravager, no thank you. Defenso Chopper and Cursebearer suggest maybe he's going to have some...
Again, Defenso prioritized over Whirly.
Some Horde. Cursebearer maybe he's going to have some heavy units himself. Why do you think Defenso is being banned over Whirly?
It must be because of the stun.
Okay, so TerrorDown banning Apep. Stun Lancers, of course, they were changed recently. They're in a kind of a weird space where they spawn horizontally, so you can't split them to take bridges anymore, which was definitely a huge nerf to them. It just makes them a little awkward, though. And Rammer as well. Rammer, not a card we often see banned directly like that, but that's what we've got here. And here we go. We're loading into the first game. This is round 2. Spectate things messed up again. Okay, we may have to go back to plan B. So this is 0-0, round 2. We've got Ravager, Nataraja banning Ravager but playing Ravager. TerrorDown banning Apep but playing Apep. Take some time if you need it. DeathShoott. Okay, so sorry about the dual deck stuff being a bit funky at the moment. We'll see if we can fix that. I mean, we can fix that. We'll go back to how we did it before, and everything will be fine. Right, so here we see perk 1 for Ravager. This is where Nataraja wants to get the value. Perk 1 and perk 3, you get the Terror Brutus, or the Brutus, and you want to try and do a big push and utilize that free unit as much
Always
as you can.
interesting when people play their own bans. You can get insight on their own builds.
Okay, so there's going to be a lot of DPS coming out. The Shen's Shock Stick, very powerful now. It did get recently buffed, so for every charge, which is gained every time you plant a Growth Burst Shroom, it sends two Shock Rocks. But this is a lot of power. This is going to be the first game. I think we had a Battle Monkey in there just shredding. And Nataraja there just showing the power of Ravager. And he was saying, you could see from his bans, I don't want to play Ravager, sorry, I don't want to play against Ravager, but I definitely want to utilize the power of it. And as mentioned earlier, we did see a Ravager deck that was based on Slithering Summons earlier in the event, but that didn't work out too well. But the Zenshi based Ravager is something that I played against Nataraja quite a few times on ladder, and it was very, very powerful. And as you can see, he's brought that here to the tournament. So that's going to be a force to be reckoned with. We'll see how that works out. So let's make sure we've got these notes. Zenshi looks like we're going straight into the second game. Okay.
It's Minion Master time.
Looks like they may be playing the same decks.
Let the fight commence.
Okay, we'll fix the card stuff after this, I think. I did do some testing on it. It did seem like it was going to be okay, but apparently not. Okay, so again, Ravager. It's going to be a big push. Let's see what's happening. Okay, so he's burning some mana a little bit here, and Ravagers sometimes do that because their whole plan is for that perk 1 push. And if you want to be pushing behind Ravager, you know, sometimes you've just got to wait for that Brutus to spawn. But look how much he's going to get here. This is going to be more monkeys than a zoo right now. And looks like that Tranquil She-How's going to survive, healing through all of that poison. So that's going to be extra value that he's going to get there. Going to be a big pop there from the Boomer. Right, Ravager, the Brutus pushing top. It will choose a random direction. And its random direction is the top. We'll see if that's how he wants to go. The heal there is not really going to achieve too much. Just going to delay the inevitable.
A raged Akinlep is not what you want in your life.
No, that is not a high DPS unit. Here comes the Battle Monkey. The Battle Monkey's going to push around to the side and start DPSing the Stun Lance. The Stun Lance is only stunned for 4 seconds now. Remember, this is a lot of pressure. The Brutus still heavy HP. A lot of these units are thick. They're picking up the Growth Burst Shroom, getting that extra DPS and HP. The Battle Monkey, of course, getting triggered by everything that's spawning near it. Shock Stick comes in, and that's quite a comprehensive 2-0 victory there. And it's very tricky to defend against the Battle Monkey there, DeathShoott. You know everything you spawn is going to make it attack faster. And there's very little you can do. But Nataraja really just crushing through those games very quickly. Very well played to him. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is try and multitask and get this second deck technology set up for you. Got a bit of a tickle in my throat. Might need to wear a mask if I'm on here with DeathShoott. Yeah, that's classic Ravager first push shredded. Okay, so
It became very clear why Defenso is getting banned instead of Whirly. Memfisto used Reckinator and Holo. Nataraja using monkeys for the win.
Monkeys for the win. Okay, so we may be able to jump into another game right now. Let's have a look. Bring this up. Okay. So have a look at the games that are currently in action. Okay, so we can jump in and have a look at Set against Memfisto, see how that's going. Okay, Set against Memfisto. Not sure which game this is. Memfisto at Mana Frenzy, but 133 HP. very little health left to work for, but does Set have any face damage? Stormbringer, of course, that ping. Memfisto's going to need to make sure that he doesn't get the ping on face. He's got a heal, though. That could keep him alive, and he's got the Mana Frenzy power. Memfisto could be coming back from the dead here. Right, more heals. Yeah, this looks like Memfisto's going to take this, I think. He was down to almost single-digit HP, but the heal coming in from the clear skies, and the cycle of those spells, that's going to be too much, I think. Set's almost at his Mana Frenzy, but look at the power that Memfisto has on the field, right? Okay, there we go. I've got a tickle in my throat now.
I've had games like that against JF Milo. You almost have them down, but Clear Skies was simply too much.
Yeah, it didn't have much face damage potential, and the cycle of the Clear Skies, and the fact that Memfisto was able to get to Mana Frenzy first, really just closed that out. Okay, we'll try to figure out exactly what the score is there. Okay, so that may have been game number 1. Memfisto winning the first game 1-0. Looks like those guys... Well, remember, the 2 games that we saw from Nataraja were very quick. So it looks like we're going to be able to jump in here and get some extra gameplay. Bonus. You're welcome. Okay. Okay. That's fine. Right, so Memfisto is 1-0 up. Let's see if we can set this up here. We saw that very quick game. Now we get in and watch some extra action. Both of these players are likely to be there or thereabouts at the end of this event, so interesting to see how they play against each other. And of course, as we mentioned before, neither player wanted to pull out their best decks too early. But sometimes you're kind of forced to. Right, so Memfisto 1-0 up. Okay. Right, DeathShoott's going to have a little bit of a lay down. He's not feeling too well. So let him get some rest. He may or may not return, but we'll do what we can. Okay, so it looks like we're moving into game number 2 now.
Thanks for tuning into the Caesar Network, sponsored in part by Bram Flakes. Duel!
Okay, so Set playing Apep, Memfisto playing Ratbow. We saw this Ratbow deck earlier. Very powerful. Let's see how Set can handle it. If Set can handle it. Okay, let's... Okay, so we see often a lot of players are using the Scrat Swarmer, the Scrat Tunnels. A lot of value out of those. Again, using the Scrat Swarm bonus there to get those Zeppelin Bombers, getting 2 of them instead of 1. Taking a while. Now, Apep, not the greatest DPS to clear a lot of things like that. That's some good face damage coming out early on, though. Okay, Nice use of the flyby, killing the Marines before they got the bridge. There was a little scrap that did take the bottom bridge, but one bridge was saved. And there you can see the flyby, even though the scrat tunnel is being moved, the flyby still remembers its target. A lot of scrats still pushed out from it, but it does get shut down. Now, Defenso's going to be good here against all the scrats, of course. Memfisto's going to want to play around that Defenso, especially with his Reckonator. He wants to keep that as far away from that Defenso as possible. So a good XP lead at the moment for Set. He's got a Sewer Scrat as a free unit. So that's going to help him extra bridge control. Trying to pop this Reckonator as deep as possible before it gets anywhere near face. Not quite dead yet. That's frustrating. The Harmful Soul's doing a lot of damage. It's going to start popping here. Does he have the DPS to clear it? Doesn't look like it. He's got a shield if needed. The shield's a little bit late. That's a small mistake there from Set. Okay, the Daka not really doing what it wanted to do there. Both players using Flyby. Interesting. Very versatile spell. Does do face damage as well. The Set having a good XP lead at the moment. Again, we see the activated Zeppelin bombers coming in. Both of them. But now we've got the shield. That's going to do some good value, keeping that off the face. Yep, send some thoughts and prayers to DeathShoott. Right, again, the Daka, not amazing. The Daka, of course, you want to be using it. Ideally, Memfisto wants to Daka that Defenso Chopper. That's something that's going to counter a lot of his deck, but not always going to be available. But we'll see if he can get that. We see the Assassin there slowed at the bottom. Trying to keep all the scrats away from the Defenso Chopper. We know the Defenso Chopper's just going to swallow those up. Right, perk 3 is here for Set. Let's have a look. I didn't see exactly which card he got. Did he play it? Flame Imp, maybe. 3/4 mana card. Could be the Flame Imp. This is a lot of DPS coming out of Memfisto. Memfisto dropping down very deeply there. Again, the Flyby coming in to clear those Marines. Try to keep that bridge. Not doing so. Reckonator's not going to have a good time against that. Against the Defenso there. Set in control at the moment. Done a lot of face damage. Remember, Memfisto taking the first game in this best of 3 set. Zeppelin bombers used defensively. Not going to get too much value pushing out. Okay, right. The perk 3 card for Set is the Lone Wolf, but that's going to be a Raged Warrior or a Wolf, more than likely going to, at this point of the game, going to be a Raged Warrior. Defenso, of course, doing a good job against the Reckonator. Needs some DPS. Here comes the Harmful Souls, shredding it. Set having a huge XP lead right now. Set should be able to close this out. He's been in control. He's got a good XP lead. Memfisto down under 500 HP. Not really too much he's going to be able to do to hold on here. And whilst he may be able to defend, the inevitable Mana Frenzy is on the way for Set. And once that drops, there's going to be just nothing that Memfisto is going to be able to do to hold against that. Not too much Scritillary value there. Dropping the scratch. Trying to get a powered up Daka, but you see a Whirly doing the work at the bottom of the defense. So yeah, this is just a tough matchup for Memfisto. There's a few... The Defenso specifically is a very big counter to his deck, and this is just going to be the end here. Set's going to take this game. It's going to be 1 game all overall. So this game is going to the decider, and Set was always in control. Once he got that perk 3, that was just even more control. Set bringing the game back to 1 game all. Best of 3, so there is another game to go. Okay, let's just get on top of things here. Right, 1 game all. Okay. So, as mentioned, both of these players are likely to be there or thereabouts at the end of the event. So, something like them meeting here, it's going to be very important to see who gets seeded into the top 8. Both these players likely to get into the top 8. But we've seen that performance within the Swiss part of the event does not always translate into performance in the elimination part of the event. I think we saw Memfisto dominating in a Swiss part of the event in a previous tournament, but then getting knocked out immediately. So we'll see how that translates. Now, let's see if we can... is it bad if I remove DeathShoott from the screen here? Or should we just keep him here to remember him? So we're in the second round here. GGtoor's Knights Duel, number 13. Thanks to GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf for supporting these events. Thanks for you guys for taking part and being here. Thanks, of course, to Sinobii behind the scenes, running everything like a legend as always. So we're going to have a little bit of downtime here. The players deciding what to do. And we spoke about Memfisto. Is he going to use this scrap-based deck over and over again? This time, one thing to mention there is, of course, it looked like it was potentially the same deck that he switched to play with Ratbo instead of Diona. That may have been in response to some bans, not sure. But sometimes there's decks that work with multiple masters. There may be a certain master that is optimal for the deck, but doesn't mean that you can't play it with other masters. And the reason you would do that is, you've got a deck that you're very comfortable with, you think it's strong, it deals with a lot of things. Your number one choice as the master may get banned, but then you just swap out a master and play it. Might be a little bit weaker, play it in a slightly different way. We'll see. But yeah, Ratbo was, as we've mentioned before, Ratbo's perk 2 is very powerful, but it can struggle in certain situations. Firstly, against top players, it can be difficult to get value against. And secondly, of course, there was not many targets within Set's deck that the Daka was going to be really valuable against. The Defenso would have been a great way of picking it off with the Daka, but didn't really get the chance of that. We saw a few kills from it, utilising, of course, the flyby to power up the Daka. Those units from the flyby, when they come in, they're counted towards the Daka's unit count, so that's a really cheap and quick way to get a powered up Daka, but wasn't able to get it. We see on ladder you get situations where you can just murder a Colossus or a Nirvir or something with regards to using that Daka, but nothing like that here. So one thing we haven't checked at the moment is the bans for these players. We'll see if I can get hold of those.
Masters, get ready. Duel.
Right, so here we go. Game number 3. One game all. Set against Memfisto. So Set sticking, looks like, with the similar or same APEP. Memfisto swapping to APEP as well. So remember, back in the day, APEP used to be the #1 banned master. Not quite as strong as it used to be, so we do see a lot more APEP and a lot less APEP bans. Okay, I'm trying to see if I can find out what the bans were for this game. Here we go. Trying to balance as many things as possible here. Right, so perk 1. What have we got? Skeleton Crew, not an ideal pull from Set. It is another card that you can split and grab bridges, but of course Skeleton Crew is one of those cards that benefits from Recursed Ascension, so it's weak until it's ascended, and then it's decent. But it's free. It's a couple of units, he can split them, so he'll be happy with that. Not as happy as he could be, but reasonably happy. Right, so assassin on assassin action. Not sure. It looked like he was maybe using the Defenso to tank the assassin. Definitely didn't play it at the right time. So took a big hit on face. One thing to remember, of course, is, as I always say, and I get mocked for this a little bit, but health is a resource. So, you know, if you're tanking on face instead of your units getting shredded, that can be a viable strat. You don't need to win with 3000 HP. You just need to not lose all of your HP. And of course, with APEP, you're going to get that shield totem at perk 2, which means you're going to have a lot more ways of defending that. Okay, so the assassin getting some work there at the bottom. Okay, so Memfisto got a little bit of an XP lead this time. I was concentrated on Set, what Set's card was. Didn't see exactly what Memfisto has. Memfisto has, looks like a far heavier APEP potentially. We'll see. Memfisto got the Sewer Scrat, so that's another bridge grab. Not a split grab, but can be useful against some melee stuff as well. A little bit of confusion in the chat with the way the bans work. So at the start of each match, which is the best of 3 or best of 5, each player gets to ban a master and 2 cards. Now these bans are normally done in private. So you're banning maybe potentially what your opponent's good with, what's potentially meta, what's potentially good against your deck. Now Memfisto ahead on XP, but only slightly at the moment. You can see Set there really wanting to take out that the Blastmancer. Could get a lot of value there. Right, perk 3 looks like it's going to be a Chisma Boomstick. See what value he can get. Remember, Chisma Boomstick now fears away from its target rather than always fearing backwards like it used to. So that changes how you handle it. Right, decent looking push here. Defenso's going to be good, but it's only going to be good for a while. But the Assassin's going to start shredding everything that's range. But the Defenso's one of those cards that you tend to not really worry too much about when it's on your face. It's not high DPS, and it can be really frustrating to deal with in other ways. So XP Memfisto ahead. He's got a Musketeer as his free card. Now, Memfisto running a Beam of Doom, which is unlikely to be very valuable in this match at all. There's not any big pushes. Maybe he's scared of some Ravager pushes or anything really huge push-based. But that's not what we're seeing at the moment. So that could be just a dead card. You know, sometimes you just have to say, well, I've got this card in my deck. I've included it for certain situations. That situation's not going to occur, so let's just leave it. Right, Cannon Roller is a nice pull from Set. Set looks like he's closing up on XP a little bit at the moment. Right, Defenso Chopper doing a great job there. Assassin clearing up as well. This is an absolute race to Mana Frenzy at the moment. Double Cannon Roller up. The cheap cycle of Set's deck really being beneficial at the moment. Right, only 8 XP between them, so super, super close right now. And again, we see Set's just saying, I don't want to deal with that Blastmancer. That's got too much potential value. Right, there's a Cannon Roller Party at the bottom. Battle Monkey shredding it at the top. This is so, so close. XP almost equal. It's going to come down to who gets the Mana Frenzy first, and can they just take that momentum and close the game out. Let's see. Right, Jolo gets shut down by the Defenso. That stun, removing Jolo's defensive ability, clears him out. And that's a sizable push at the bottom. Again at the top. We do have a Beam of Doom if things get a little bit scary. But of course, if you're going to Beam of Doom something, that's so much mana that you're not having for units. And you need units at this time to grab bridges. Memfisto dropping behind on XP. This is so close. Set almost at Mana Frenzy. And Memfisto knows that, and he needs to put the pressure on the bridges at the moment. Try to get his own Mana Frenzy. Mana Frenzy on to both teams. And that looks like Set's going to take it. Take the defeat, sorry. Memfisto taking that by 2-1. And a very close Mana Frenzy, but yep, Memfisto taking that by 2-1. So close. We see a lot of aggro decks on the leaderboard, on the ladder at the moment, but that was a control deck from both teams. And Memfisto closing that out. Okay, that's 2-1. So that's we're still in the best of 3.
I had to reboot my system.
Who rebooted their system? Who was that? Is that DeathShoott back? Who's that? Hello? Who's there?
Hello.
Are you alive? Are you back? What's going on?
Maybe.
Okay. How are you feeling?
Like I'm not alive.
Okay, well, I mean, if you can't be here, then don't be here. If you need to lay down, just do what you need to do. Right, Memfisto taking that by 2-1. Wowzers. Very close. Right, so let's jot this down. Set against Memfisto. 2-1. Okay, so we got to see 2 games in the second round there. Barely pog. Now let's have a look where we are at with the others. Remember, there should be a brackets thing popping up in the stream every now and then. I haven't noticed it, but it's always there as a command if you want to follow along with what's going on. Remember, we are 3 minutes behind on the stream, to make sure there's no stream sniping or anything, so bear that in mind. You could potentially get spoilers on if you look at the site. Okay. So it looks like that Set against Memfisto game was the outstanding game. Not outstanding as in the best. May have been the best, but that's not the way I'm using outstanding. Outstanding as in the last one to be completed. It was outstanding. Hopefully that makes sense. So once that has been reported on the site, looks like we can go into the round 3. So, of course, we're always seeing that the players are accruing points based on the results in these early matches. And then once the Swiss format part of the event is over, then we'll see the top 8. So, a little bit early really to pay too much attention to that. We've got a lot of players currently with fuller points, not dropping any games. Dragon, Nataraja, Dark Crow not dropping any games yet. We'll see how that continues. Right. So are you back, DeathShoott? Like, what's going on?
Well, I do have a back. But am I back?
That's the question, yes.
Yes.
Okay, if you need to leave, just leave. Do what you need to do. Right, so we are looking like all the matches have been reported for the second round. So that means the third round will be the brackets will be available momentarily. And then once we've got the brackets, we can look at the games. Once we see the games, we can choose which game. And once we choose which game, we can look at the game. Once we can look at the game, we can watch the game. And once we watch the game, we can see the results. Right, looks like it's going to be Dragon against Nijram in round 3. Dragon, reigning champion, hasn't dropped any games yet. It's going to be a real tough one for Nijram. Nijram is a very experienced player, though. Not fully sure how experienced Nijram is in tournament settings, but I know he's been around Minion Masters for a long, long time. So we'll see how that works out. So it looks like the dual deck technology has started working again. So do we go with that, or do we go with the tried and tested? Let's have a look. Okay, so let's get the player names updated on the screen for you. So we're going to have Dragon, and we're going to have Nijram.
Nijram sounds like a mixture of Niprax and Nataraja. How irrelevant is that?
Yes. Okay, round of 3. Right, so we may go back to the tried and tested method of this dual deck stuff. Let's see. Okay, so we're going to see what ban information we get in. Dragon against Nijram. Once that's up, we can join the game. So let's do this. Dragon, spectate, Nijram. Let's see if we got Nijram. Okay, so doing the dual deck stuff this way is a little bit more finicky, but we know it's a tried and tested formula. Okay, ban information is in. Nijram bans Milloween, Zealots of the Burning Fist, and Kurnath Crystalback. And Dragon has banned Milloween also, Whirly, and Grenadier. So both players not interested in any Milloween action. Zealots of the Burning Fist, they seem very strong after their change, so they do a little bit less damage, 100 instead of 120, but they don't do the self-damage when they attack. So whilst they do a little bit less DPS, they are far more survivable. So they do seem like a decently tanky HP-based DPS unit, if that makes sense. Milloween, Whirly, and Grenadier fairly meta bans. Kurnath, of course, very meta ban. And Zealot the Burning Fist, fairly meta ban.
I think Zealot's got a major buff. Horde is much less of a counter.
That's right. You used to be able to just put Scrats on them and they'd effectively kill themselves on the Scrats. The other change that was similar to the Zealots of the Burning Fist was Avea also received the damage reduction but no longer damages herself, which is very important because you used to be able to trigger Avea's shield with her self-damage. So do you think, DeathShoott, overall that's a nerf to Avea? Although she's got more survivability because she doesn't damage herself, it's more difficult to trigger her shield and get that quest done? Or do you think it's just the case that you've got to play her slightly differently?
I'd call it a nerf. Now she needs to be attacked, making defensive perching harder.
Okay, so just to remind you, DeathShott's not feeling too well today. Got a very sore throat, so he's unable to actually speak. So he's on us. He's on with text-to-speech today. We've never done that before. We're trying it out. It seems to be working okay. Let us know in the chat what you think. But always interesting to hear what DeathShoott thinks through whatever medium he decides to communicate with us. Okay, so I think we're okay here. Okay, so yeah, we are ready here. Dragon against Nijram. Brackets, always check out the website. We've got Memfisto against Dark Crow. That's going to be a very good game. We'll see if we get to see any of that after this
Currently
one.
learning Morse code for the next tourney.
Nice. Look forward to that. ... dash 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 ... ... Okay, so yeah, lots of games happening all at once at this part of the tournament. We'll try to dive in and get action from as many of them as possible. Where possible, we'll choose a headline match for each game, for each round. Okay, so...
At Iran Rafael, we watch one per round during the Swiss portion of the tournament.
That's correct, yes. Now, let's see. We're ready. Are the players ready? Dragon, reigning champion, Nijram, looking to, I think, be the first person...
Spectating each individual set would take a millennia.
I mean, a millennia is a little bit of an over-exaggeration, but it would take a lot longer. Okay, so interesting again to see Kernaf being banned. That's obviously on the radar as a strong card. Seeing that a lot on the ladder for sure. Even in solos, it's very powerful. And depending on what deck you have, if you've got a lot of Horde in your deck, you can really minimize the value it can get. But if you haven't, you find yourself in a position where it's very difficult to play around it. Right. Here we go. We're going to be loading in now to our first game of this. This is our third round. Dragon against Nijram. Right. See if this is working correctly. Okay, just have to do this a little bit differently. Give me a second. Right, okay. Right, so what do we have? We've got Apep from Dragon. And we've got Nijram playing Wrecked. Tech-based Wrecked. We've got the Scrapyard in there. Scrapyard, of course, changed recently. It gives you only ground-based units now. 2 to 5 mana ground-based Outlander units. Do you feel like that's a nerf or a buff or just a rebalance with that change, DeathShoott?
Major nerf.
The air units could be really powerful coming out of that, so any ground units. We do have a beam here available. Dragon deciding wants to deal with that.
I've heard it
tank.
spawns wrecked walkers and singular marines now.
Yes, so one of the things that I didn't realize in the patch notes video is that one of the things it can spawn is a simulacrum, since that is an Outlander 2 mana minion, effectively. And because it's directly spawning it, there's no chance of it stealing something, so it can give you a single marine, as you mentioned. Now, interesting to see Ruby being played here. Ruby, of course, it's come and gone from the meta a little bit, but still fairly strong. It's going to generate a lot of that tech. And of course, the Plasma Blast, the Plasma Cannon that it comes with, really powerful. But here we see the power there coming through with the Zealots just shredding everything. Remember, when one Zealot dies, the other one gets buffed. So they do have to be handled with care. When one dies, the other one gets hasted and raged. But of course, just having it banging away on the shielded face, not too much of a problem. But good XP lead from Dragon right now. Oh, the beam. He got extra value from the beam as Ruby was spawned into it, shutting down the Scrapyard.
That beam placement was wild.
Interesting beam, yep. Got kind of lucky with Ruby being placed into it. Now, Yeah, so you might think, wow, using a 7 mana beam on a 4 mana scrapyard, is that worth it? Well, you know, it's going to shut down so much potential value that comes out of that scrapyard. Nijram will have used all his tech on that scrapyard and got nothing from it. So the answer is yes, probably it is worth it. And of course, once the ruby was spawned into it, all that extra lucky value, that made it a really worthwhile trade. Okay, so that wall's going to be tanking nicely here. Remember, the wall somewhat recently changed where it does do return damage to the melee units. So it's not as tanky as it used to be, but the melee units will start killing themselves on it. Good XP lead for Dragon, looking at his perk 3, going to be looking to see what he gets. Now, let's see if Ruby can change anything here. Right, perk 3 for Dragon. It's a cannon roller. We've seen that previously from perk 3 of an Apeth. Of course, you get a 4 mana card, but that Cage Prowler's not going to have a good time against the Ruby, but it's not a terrible mana trade. It does tank one of those hits. And a roller doing a great job there at the bottom. Okay, so the XP's in Dragon's favor here. He's got his 4 mana card, so that's going to help his cycle get some more value out. Going to get some pressure on. Let's see if he can actually get the Cage Prowler to spawn. Okay, Prowler is spawned. Jolo's going to go down. Prowler's going to jump and take out Wrecked. So this feels like his Dragon's game right now. We've seen some mana being burnt from Nijram. Not entirely sure what he's going to do there. He's using the Scrapyard as just a wall, and that's really the worst thing you could be doing. But sometimes the situations arise where you just have to do that. And again, the Prowler spawning. That's a 5 mana Prowler for just 3 mana. That's the value really starts to add up. Jolo doing a good job shutting that down. DeathShoott may have passed out. So this just looks like it's going to be a case of Dragon just playing until he gets the Mana Friends in, then we'll be able to close out this game. But let's see if that's exactly what happens or not. Okay, so there's no way that Nijram can put pressure on that Cage Prowler when Ruby's not available. Again, the beam just shutting that down. Doesn't want to deal with that. Mana Frenzy's about to tick for Dragon. This is the beginning of the end of this first game here. Best of 3. Dragon looking like he's going to take this first game. And this is just going to be a swarm of units coming in. Mana Frenzy, both bridges held, sorry. And there's the beam. Doesn't really matter. Face damage, clearing out the pocket. Dragon takes this by 1-0 in this best of 3. That was fairly straightforward for Dragon there. Always in control of the XP. The beam really was incredible. Being able to put pressure there on the Scrapyard. Very frustrating when you come up against someone that has that beam. Shutting that down. There was no way that he was able to get any pressure, get a big push going, Nijram.
I wonder why Dragon never beamed tower plus Scrapyard. Perhaps he considered the face damage irrelevant and preferred the chance of hitting more minions.
Yeah, he definitely got lucky there with hitting the Ruby. And of course, you know, there's... depending on the timing, I think the Scrapyard spits a unit out every 5 seconds now. So you can, of course, if you play it at the front of the Scrapyard, not only are you shutting down the Scrapyard, you are shutting down whatever's coming out during that period of time. So bit of a calculation, but yeah, getting the Ruby into that was fairly lucky. Okay, so game number 1 goes to Dragon. Dragon still, we believe, having a 100% record in this tournament at the moment. Elsewhere, we've got Memfisto against Dark Pro. Centera against Tjaenig. Set against Everdream. Various other matches going on. Looks like we're going to be loading into the second game of this best of 3 now. Dragon was in control of that first game. Let's see what we get here. So Dragon switch into Morelia, Accursed, a Classic. Nijram playing Stormbringer. Okay, doesn't quite get the kill there. A little bit frustrating, but of course, if you don't use up all of those souls from the harmful souls, then you get extra Accursed Ascension credit. Not the end of the world. Morelia, of course, did get nerfed a little bit recently. We've seen Perk 3 get more expensive. We've seen a couple of the options in her spellbook get more expensive. The only option in her spellbook that's now free is the Spirit option. Everything else costs 1 mana, so your skeletons are costing a mana. Your health drain, as well as your spell reduction. Okay, so not really sure about that beam. Doesn't really save anything. That's 3 mana on that beam just to delay the inevitable, really. A good XP lead for Dragon at the moment, and of course with the Ascension deck, once he hits a Cursed Ascension, he's going to get even more powerful. Currently at 35 of the Ascension count, needs to get to 80.
There was once a time where Black Hole would make stealth units invisible, however that got changed a while ago.
Aren't stealth units already invisible?
It would activate invisibility instead of putting it on cooldown. It would also make me spell better.
Okay, nice. Right. Nice use of the Siphon there, getting the health, but also preventing that top bridge from being taken. So that's one of the powers of the health drain. Not only healing yourself, but also preventing potentially a bridge grab, killing a unit that's a little bit frustrating to get in a different way. Okay, so XP wise, Dragon is ahead here. And of course, once he gets to Ascension, as we mentioned, it's going to be very powerful. Bara's going to do a good job here. The Skeleton's going to tank for a while. Again, the Black Hole, but it's not really achieving anything except just delaying the inevitable. And it's an expensive way to delay the inevitable. I feel like the Black Hole can be one of those cards that, you know, it can be incredible if in certain situations. But sometimes it's just not worth using, and sometimes you just have to accept that, you know, I've got this in my deck, it's not pertinent to use it in this matchup, let's just leave it. And, you know, if you're forcing it and not getting the value, then that's not ideal at all. Okay, so, Wild Stonebjorn tanking there at the bottom.
Desperate to find Black Hole usage.
Yep.
At best, it can stop drain.
Okay, Grenadier getting some value at the top, but needs some DPS support. Dragon in control of this one. Remember, 1 game to nil up. Nijram burning mana. Did Nijram give up? What's happening here? It looked like he burnt a lot of mana. The Bannerman seems to be wasted at the bottom, just being used as a tank. Dixie not being able to get much value in this game. The Harmful Souls being able to remove it. Right, here we see Perk 3. So this is not his Perk 3 Dragon. This is the card. Near the card. So he still has his Perk 3 available, which is the Dragon plus the Breath. So he can have an immediate follow-up Dragon if necessary. If this Dragon doesn't close it out. He's also got a Spirit on that Dragon. So that's 400 extra HP. But Nijram just doesn't have the tools in his deck really to clear this. Doesn't have enough AoE. Everything getting removed. That dragon's dying, but not quickly enough for Nijram. Down to under 500 HP. We've seen him burn... Looks like he's burned quite a bit of mana in this game as well, which is really not helping him in this situation. Okay.
This is a stalling Stormbringer and it simply doesn't have the DPS to defend.
Okay, the dragon's down, but of course there's going to be an immediate follow-up dragon if dragon needs it. Should call the dragon Nirvir, and then there's less confusion between dragon and dragon. There's Nirvir. That's the perk 3, Nirvir. The Queen's Dragon with the breath coming in. But there we go. Immediately trying to remove the Stixie. Does the Stixie die? Yes, it does. That Ascension of the Harmful Soul, so powerful. Very difficult to stop. This is almost the end here. Dragon's going to be taking this by 2 games to 0. It's not over yet, but there's no way that Nijram can hold on against this onslaught. And there we go. Dragon has taken this game and this set by 2 games to 0. And by my estimations, he is still to drop a match so far today. So he is fairly dominant at the moment in today's event, especially so far in this Swiss part of the event. Okay, so what we could potentially do now is dive into another match. Let's see. The only kind of frustrating thing when we dive into another match is it's often not apparent what the score is. But we've got Memfisto against Darkcrow that's on at the moment. So we'll try and get as much gameplay as possible for you. Let's see. It may be finished. They're not in a game at the moment. Could be over, could be deck building. Let's find out. So Dragon looking dominant so far today, DeathShoott. Just a reminder, guys, DeathShoott is sick at the moment, so he's using the text-to-speech. Hopefully it's working out fairly okay.
I could already to be dead.
I could already to be dead. No idea what that means. Let me know in the chat if you can translate that.
Dead people are bad at words.
Okay, just paying attention. These guys, dead people are bad at words, yeah. So I think in recent events we haven't seen Dragon play the Morelia with the Accursed quite so much, but it looks like he's bringing that back. I mean, Morelia with the nerfs, definitely not as strong as it used to be. Maybe the Blastmancer nerf makes the Skelly spam a little bit stronger, but it's definitely paying off so far. Right.
With Dragon constantly banning the AoE brothers, Whirly and Grenadier. I'd like to see some Daggerfall.
Yeah, so Daggerfall did get changed recently. Only costs 3 mana now, I think, but only does 50 damage now. So it's good to clear all those little skellies, but there's a lot of things that it doesn't kill. So a different kind of a spell. Against an Accursed deck, it could be incredibly strong. But there's a lot of units that have over 50 but less than 80 HP, which no longer die to the Daggerfall. Okay. Right, looks like Darkcrow's beaten Memfisto by 2 games to 0, so we're not going to be jumping into that one. Let's see what's outstanding. Dragon and Nijram has yet to be reported. So it looks like we're just awaiting that. And of course, the way that the Swiss events work is that you need all the matches to be completed before the next round is ready to go, because the results of the previous round will determine who plays who in the next round. So those matches have been completed, but yet to be reported. Right. Right, looks like it's going to be Dark Crow against Nataraja in the next round. So let's refresh that, of course. Okay, hold on. Okay, that's been reported. Waiting for the brackets to update on the site, and then we can figure out exactly what's going on. So Dark Crow against Nataraja. This will be a good game for sure. Both very good players. Let's see if we can get this set up here for you. Right, so reminder, it's going to be best of 3 until we get to...
No clue who has the edge in this one.
Yep. It's going to be best of 3 until we get to the elimination portion. And one thing to mention is, when we get to the elimination portion, there are what we call conquest rules, which don't get confused between conquest. That's not anything to do with it. Basically just means if you win with a master, you can't play that master again. But that's only when we get to the best of 5 part of the match. Currently that is not in action, so that's why you're seeing potentially players play the same master over and over again, because that restriction doesn't currently exist, but will do later. Maybe I should have just mentioned it later, but who knows. Okay, so we're going to have Nataraja against Dark Crow against Nataraja. Let's see if we have these guys as friends. Dark Crow. Okay. I don't see you. Let's have a look over here. Right, Dark Crow. It's a lot of friend requests. And none of them are the one that I want. I think. Oh no. Looks like it's okay. Right, Dark Crow online. I have him on the second account. Okay, that can work. We can make that work. That's fine. Right.
I could tell some jokes while we wait.
Yeah, go ahead. Brilliant.
All right, here we go. Do you want to hear a joke about construction?
Sure.
Can't tell you yet. I'm still working on it.
I give you the laugh sound effect because I wasn't physically able to laugh myself. Okay, this is GGtoor's Night's Duel number 13. We are in the round 4 of the Swiss part of the event. This is presented by GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf, the Minion Masters developer. Thanks for those guys for supporting the event. Thanks for you guys for being here. We're going to have Nataraja against Dark Crow. We're just waiting the bans. Now, we saw Nataraja earlier play a very heavy Zenshi Ravager deck. Dark Crow may respond if they had seen that with a ban against that kind of tomfoolery. We'll see. These players will use all the information available to them to make the most appropriate bans. Remember, just to clarify, each player gets to ban 1 master and 2 cards that their opponent is unable to use for that match. These bans are done in private, so no player gets a benefit of banning first.
I expect more Milo bans.
Yep, if you look at the leaderboard, the Milo is very strong at the moment. Let's get a giveaway going in the chat whilst we're waiting. Yes, okay. So just waiting on these bans and then we can figure out exactly what's going on. Remember, use code FISH if you wish at sneakenergy.com. Okay. Right. We've got some information coming in. Bans. Okay. Nataraja against Dark Crow. Bans. King Puff. Kurnath. And Zealots of the Burning Fist. Now, I believe Dark Crow's been playing a lot of King Puff on ladder, so that could be a result there. Dark Crow banning
Look at
Wrecked.
those Milloween bans.
Yep. DeathShoott on the ball, as always. Dark Crow banning Wrecked, Armoon, and Zealots. So Zealots both getting banned. Is Armoon an interesting ban there? Herald Armoon, Slap Daddy. Very specific ban. Kurnath again.
I think Amon is the only viable Slither deck now.
So you think by just banning Armoon that removes the whole deck archetype? Okay. Right, we're ready. We've got the bans in. Let's see exactly what they're going to play. So, one thing to note there is we didn't see any targeted ban towards Nataraja's Ravager Zenshi play. So, we'll see if he brings that up.
Yes. You can still mess around with the other options. But pre-nerf Slithering Summons was the only other one you could really build a deck around.
Yep, Summon's definitely not how it used to be. That used to be the powerhouse of that kind of deck. Not that sort of end game value available anymore. Okay, so we've got a giveaway running in the chat, so make sure you get in if you want to. !GGtour with the Tawny emojis. Make sure you're following the stream. You do need to follow, or the bot will not let you win. Just a reminder, we're going to have a number of Swiss rounds, 5. We're currently on the 4th Swiss round. Once the Swiss rounds are over, it's basically a little league where the players play against each other based on the results, earning points, and then the top 8 based on those results will go through to the elimination. If we look at the standings where we're at the moment, Dark Crow, who we're going to see here against Nataraja, is currently unbeaten, hasn't dropped a game, same as Nataraja. So both of these players having a 100% win record at the moment. That's going to change. Somebody's not going to have a 100%
Maybe they'll
win
tie.
record. I don't think
Who knows?
I don't think that's going to happen. Okay, yep, Lifeless Luke is here. Just a coincidence he turns up as soon as we start the giveaway. Right. What are we waiting on? Who are we waiting on? Dark Crow, Nataraja, ready to go. I'm ready to go. DeathShoott is somewhere.
I'm just red.
Just red.
No E.
Okay. Nice joke. The best jokes are the ones you can't understand.
Be a dumb PSH.
To see what you said there. Oh, but shh. I have no idea what that was. Doesn't quite have the same effect when it just reads the letters out. Right, sorry for this little delay. We're just working out exactly what's going on. Nataraja against Dark Crow. Undefeated so far, both of these players. That's going to change. Which way is it going to change? And of course, in this Swiss event, just because if you lose a game or two, doesn't mean it's the end of the road for you. We'll see. We'll tally up all the results at the end, and we'll see what the top 8 has to say. Yes, the Tantalizer in the chat says, I assume he has a good plan to counter the Ravager since no targeted bans at it. That's a very good point. He didn't decide to ban that strat, so does he have something that he feels can beat it?
I much prefer to counter Ravager than ban it.
What do you think's a good counter against this sort of Ravager Zenshi thing? You know, we've seen the Defenso, but they got banned. And of course, the Defenso is only going to work for a little while. The DPS is going to shred it fairly quickly.
His own Shen would be solid.
Yeah, Shen. Any sort of stuns are going to help out for sure. There's not much air support, so maybe an ATG drone, something like that, could get some value if you can keep it alive. We'll see. It'll be interesting to see, you know, this is where the mind games come in. You know, Nataraja has got this strat up his sleeve. It hasn't been banned. Does Dark Crow assume he's going to play it and then play something to counter it? Does Nataraja switch things up and decide to not play it? And these are all things that could happen. We're going to find out because we're loading into the first game.
And Curse Bearer in general would be fine.
Yep, Curse Bearer.
Weaker than other tanks, but with the edge against aggro and giants.
Yeah, it's going to do a good job, especially against all those thick units. But here we go. It is the Ravager that we expected from Nataraja. So, Dark Crow's kind of dared him to play this Ravager by not banning it. Does he have a way of dealing with it? Let's have a look. He's got a wall. He's got pebbles. He's got a Brother of the Burning Fist. Those are all going to be good against that. But look how thick these boys are. The monkeys pushing at the bottom. They mostly get buffed. Right. Let's see. The wall didn't really stand up to too much. Brother goes down pretty quickly here. Pebbles doesn't have the Myriad available. The Pebbles does have some good range, getting some good DPS out. Again, still alive though, is going to need to be dealt with. Here comes the push. Ravager.
Missing the Tantrum Thrower split was unfortunate.
Needs to be very careful, of course, with that Battle Monkey. Heal comes in as well. Battle Monkey makes it very difficult to deal with. So not only does Dark Crow have to manage the damage he takes here, if he can survive, but he also needs to make sure that he doesn't fall too far behind. So that's the real balancing act that you have to try to do. Needs to try to get through this Brutus as quickly as possible, because the next wave of monkeys is going to be coming, and the bridges are blue this whole time. So Nataraja's getting an XP lead. Right, we've got shielded Blood Imps out. Without
Dark
any curse.
Crow needs to fix their cycle for better defense.
Yeah, really needs
Pebbles
to get...
is all over the place.
Needs to get those pebbles next to each other to get the double spawn. This is so difficult to deal with. Here comes the Shock Rock from the Shen Shock Sticks. 2 Shock Rocks per charge. Dark Crow needs to make sure he doesn't drop too much HP. Does have the facility to heal, of course. Again, needs to be careful here. Not sure about that Pebbles position. It's going to get taken out very quickly.
The brother got Tjaenig.
Okay, the brother doing work, but the heal on the Battle Monkey. Okay, the wall's going to do a good job there. But again, the XP is really in Nataraja's favour. And that's going to allow him to get to his perk 3 before Dark Crow's going to have that dragon available. Needs to deal with this Battle Monkey. The Battle Monkey's still going. Hit after hit. 10 HP. Shock Rock available for Nataraja. Does he see it? Does he see it? Does he see it?
Opening the book but not to drain.
Does he see
That
it?
was
He sees
rather
it!
costly.
Okay. He didn't see it for a bit. In the end, Nataraja's Zen Chi Ravager just being too strong there for Dark Crow's Morelia. And it just... Dark Crow, it seemed to take him forever to deal with that first push. The Brutus was just alive for the longest time. The bridges were just constantly blue. Nataraja felt like... Well, it felt like Nataraja was in control. Do you feel like that was a situation where Dark Crow kind of knew what Nataraja was going to play? Tried to play something that was going to deal with it, but it just didn't.
When Dark Crow played those stun lancers, the brother got stunned behind them, unable to access and attack the monkeys. Stuck behind them.
Very frustrating. And as you called out, the pebbles, you need to get that cycle where you can use the myriad, spawn both the pebbles at the same time. Get that mana reduction, get the long range DPS. He didn't get that in a single occasion, which was really just because the pressure was constantly on for Nataraja. He just didn't have any situation where he could just take a moment. Yeah, inevitable really. Now the question is Nataraja going to stick or is he going to continue? Right, remember, so this is the first game that Dark Crow's lost today.
Even if Dark Crow survived that monkey, Nataraja's XP lead was probably too much.
Yeah.
Terror Brutus without a dragon to counter.
Yep, no dragon, no curse to beast through it. Didn't really have huge DPS either. So even if he survived until that point, it looked like it was going to be very difficult for him to deal with. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Nataraja's just going to ride the Ravager coattails. Remember, once we get to the later parts of the tournament with the Conquest rules, he won't be able to keep using Ravager, so he will have to have other strats available. Okay, so here we are, loading into game number 2. This is round 4. Nataraja against Dark Crow. Right, so Nataraja has changed. Stormbringer. Dark Crow is playing Wrecked.
Interesting matchup.
It's a heavy Wreck deck. We've got the brothers in there. He does
Pebble
have a heal.
throwers will be good versus clones.
Right, so we got Stormbringer, Swarmer. Now the wall can be good against these Scrats, because of course the wall does do the damage back to the melee units, and they are melee Scrats. Now, how are the brothers going to fare here? You see at the top there, he's aggroing the Rex before it gets on the bridge, so he can keep that bridge blue for as long as possible. Okay, so those brothers staying alive for a long time, but very defensively. And that's meaning Nataraja is going to get a decent XP lead at the moment. Right. Now he's going to have some stuns here, which are really good against the brother, because it's going to put their Shield of Light, the Armor of Light, onto a cooldown. Makes them easier to deal with. But there we see the pebbles spawn together. The power of the pebbles, the range of the pebbles, still very strong. High DPS. Hit for 50. Attack quickly. Long range. Can be a real pain to deal with.
The tables have turned and Dark Crow is the oppressive aggro player.
Yeah, and using the Hypno there, trying to slow the defense down. So much value from those flying scrats. Stormbringer, of course, terrible at dealing with things like that. So slowly attacking, and that's a huge amount of face damage. And Dark Crow gets himself back into this game. The brothers playing whack-a-mole there, one after another. Dark Crow got decent HP, using the Blood Imps where possible. It really was those the scrats, the flying scrats, the prop horde that were the problem. Needs to keep in mind how he's going to deal with that going forward. Okay, there's the hill. One of the brothers goes down, but look at the range there on that pebble, hitting so far deeply into enemy territory. Okay, and here we see again Scrat Horde. No, Scrat Horde, Prop Horde. Right, there we see shut down, but again, more face damage, and Nataraja can't keep taking this face damage over and over again. Eventually he's going to have too much damage and too little HP left. Okay, next push coming. Dark Crow ahead on XP at the moment. Rex jumping around, putting pressure on face, trying to be a pain. Okay, hypnotize. Let's see how much value he can get out. Just keeping his units alive a little bit longer. If he can kill that Shen, that'll be great. Doesn't kill the Shen. Heal comes in. Of course, that heal from the Clear Skies heals everything, friend and foe, including Masters. Nataraja down under 500 HP. Drops behind on XP as well. The longer this game goes on, the stronger it's looking for Nataraja. Sorry, for Dark Crow, but this is a reasonable looking push.
Because Dark Crow has Clear Skies, Nataraja can squeeze a lot of tower damage value.
Okay, heal puff at the bottom for Nataraja as well, so he dropped under 500 HP, but getting back into it a little bit here. But XP is the issue at the moment for him. Love to kill that Arcanist at the top. Hasn't managed to yet. Jin goes down. Okay, this time he spawns the brothers very far forward on the bridge. Let's see how they can do. Once their Armor of Light's on cooldown, then these swarmers can get all about them. And it seems like Nataraja's getting back into this a little bit at the moment. XP's really closing up. Stormbringer, of course, now with the perk 3, double attack speed. Rex one punch blast, not going to be incredible in this situation because there's so many little units that it can't really get too much value on it. This is closer than it was looking like it was going to be. Pebble spawned super defensively, and it looked like Nataraja was out of this. Remember, he was down under 500 HP, but now it looks like he's the aggressor. Pressure on both lanes. Face damage coming out. Dark Crow dropping down. This looks like it's going to be the end here. Looks like Nataraja's going to take this 2 games to 0. And a very different deck to that Ravager that we saw him play originally. But that really did change. And is that just a case of Stormbringer's perk 2 really starting to help out? Because it did look like Nataraja was really struggling early on. The propeller scrats, the propeller horde really was a problem for him, but then...
Clear Skies was almost a hindrance in this match. If Dark Crow had other forms of healing, Nataraja could be dead right now.
Yeah, that's the problem with Clear Skies, of course, is you're healing everything. So it needs to be used appropriately, and didn't necessarily get too much value out of it, and of course healed his opponent as well. Right, Ryan, thanks for the raid. Okay, so they both came into this game undefeated. Only one of them continues undefeated, and that is Nataraja. And it seemed like it was a case that Nataraja really didn't handle the prop horde well at the start, but then was able to deal with it far better as the game went on. There was a couple of pushes with the prop horde that just did a lot of damage. But then when he was able to get the bounce berries flingers on them, it certainly enabled him to shut that down a lot better. Okay. Right.
Both of these players should still make it top 8.
Yeah, for sure. Right. Right, so let's see what else is going on. This is round 4, so there's going to be one more Swiss round after this. Looks like Dragon and Set may be still going. Let's see if we can dive in there. Not sure. Are they in a game right now? No. Okay, let's find out. Yeah, and as Memfisto says in the chat, when you're playing against a spawner, like the Swarmer Totem, if you don't have ways of putting the pressure on it, it can just become so valuable, just constantly keeping that swarm on that lane, keeping that lane locked, keeping that bridge locked for you. Okay. Looks like Dragon and Set are in a game. What the score is, we're not currently sure of. Let's see what we can find out. Okay, so Dragon is playing Mordor. Set is playing Apit. Now, Dragon may be the only person we see play Mordor in these tournaments. I don't see too much Mordor on ladder either. I tried playing Mordor, but with so much Kernef about, and the fact Kernef can just start putting the damage on the...
Set will need a good way of either doing intense DPS, or stunning tombstones.
Yeah, the way Kernef can start DPS in the tombstones makes it really frustrating. Okay, let's just update the score. We're not sure what the score is here, so we're just going to take that off the screen for now. So this is still a round 4 match. Okay, so good XP lead for Set at the moment. That's
I asked Dragon, but it was right as they were starting.
Yep, same. Okay, so it looks like Dragon is 1-0 up. Not sure what happened in the first game from the specifics, but it looks like Dragon took the first game. Maybe that gave him the comfort to play Mordor, which is definitely not meta at the moment, but Remember, those tombstone reses are gonna, from perk 2, are gonna start giving you the spirit, which is gonna be hugely valuable on the Rock Rivals Blue Golem, on the Colossus, for example. Right, Set needs some DPS to get through this Golem. Okay, not necessarily the res that he really wanted there. It's the res that he's got. You would expect the Apex player to be ahead at this point, with likely to have a cheaper bridge control deck. Mordar is more of a late game master. Okay, so there we see the Colossus gets the spirit on it from the Spirit Vessel. 400 extra HP, I think. It's going to make it difficult to deal with. Set's getting to perk 3. What's his perk 3 going to be? Could be very important if you can get something that's going to really help him here. A Curse Bearer would be incredible. Cannon Roller, something like that, could really help him out. But Dragon's having to deal with a push at the moment.
Set put too much DPS on the Colossus and it revived. Red alert.
Yep, sometimes you've got to be careful, you've got to pay attention, just not kill something quite so quickly. Dragon dropping down HP-wise, very far behind on XP, but of course Mordar can weather these storms somewhat. Right, trying to kill this Colossus before it reses. He's going to do so, that's huge! The difference in that situation between a Colossus res and no Colossus res is massive. That would have been a spirited, hasted Colossus. Dragon gets nothing, and Mordar's still fairly coin flippy in those situations. That could be the match in there. Remember, that could be an extra Colossus at the top. There isn't. Set well ahead, doing a lot of face damage to Dragon as well. This is going to be difficult for Dragon to manage this. Still didn't see what perk 3 was.
Here's to hoping Set does not pull a rammer.
Okay, so he's got the crossbow, shielded crossbow dudes. That could be fairly helpful. The shield's going to be useful. Moldy units, but I mean, Set's in a good position right now. He's going to get to his Mana Frenzy, presumably well ahead of Dragon. But double tombstones now for Dragon from that perk 3 is going to make it a lot more difficult for all that value to be shut down. Right, here we go. Colossus res. Spirited.
This is where Dragon will power spike.
Yep, Spirited, Hasted, Colossus. Can Set close the game out before Dragon gets too powerful? Let's find out. Set, Shield Totem tanking everything there. Just so much HP on that Colossus, takes ages to get through it. Defenso doing a good job there, but here comes more pressure. And Set might get to Mana Frenzy, but might struggle to survive it. Oh, Stun Lancer's dropping out. That's fairly lucky out of the box there. 4 seconds of a stun. It's not necessarily going to be enough, though. Needs some DPS. There is a shield available. Needs to position it correctly. Mana Frenzy are almost available for Set. But the Dragon push could just be too much. This is going to be a Colossus swing. That's going to close the game out. And Dragon taking this series, we believe, by 2-0, and a big boy Dragon Mordar deck. It looked like it was going to be, you know, it looked like he was too far behind. Dragon took a lot of face damage. XP-wise was bad, but that was fairly irrelevant. Okay, it looks like it was 2-1 for Dragon. 2-1. Okay, so that was the third game. Right, sorry that the scores on the screen and the names are getting a little bit out of sync as we're switching in between games. But Dragon takes that by 2-1.
This match was on the precipice of getting insane. Set must have been starving for DPS on the Colorado.
You typed Colo, and the text-to-speech decided that you meant Colorado. Okay, Dragon taking that game by 2-0.
Colorado winning that match was huge.
Stop saying Colorado. My goodness. It looked like Dragon was out of luck when we saw a Colossus just fail to res, but ultimately it wasn't the case.
Fun fact, I was born in Colorado.
That is fun. I also need to send you the definition of fun, because apparently you are not up to date on that. Now, if Set had got to Mana Frenzy and been able to hold on, that, as you say, that game could have got insane. But he just really didn't have the DPS to shred through. There was no Curse Bearer or anything like that to shred through those spirited big boys. So very close. The Dragon taking that. So let's bring up where we're at. So this was the 4th round of the Swiss part of the event. That appears to be...
Shout out to all my Colorado Ians out there. Sorry, done now.
Colorado Ians? Why specifically Ians?
Because,
okay, thanks for clarifying that. Right, so that was the final game in this best of 3, the final game in this Swiss round 4. So once that result of Dragon against Set is locked in, we will have our matchups for the 5th and final round of the Swiss format. And of course, once that's over, we'll have our top 8 and we'll go into our top 8 elimination. Right, DeathShoott, how are you feeling today? Just to remind you guys at home, DeathShoott is not well today. He's got a very bad throat. So he's unable to really talk, but he's doing his best to be here with us. He's doing the text-to-speech. Hopefully that's working fairly okay.
cough cough.
Cough cough, yes. Right. I feel like I should be wearing a mask for this. Okay, so just a reminder, this is GGtoor's Night's Duel number 13. Can you believe we're at number 13? We are getting towards the end of the Swiss format and the start of the elimination. But we're not there yet. We still have one more round of the Swiss format to go. Remember, that's going to determine the top 8. We still have Nataraja, currently unbeaten, hasn't dropped a game. He's followed by a number of players that are on 9 points, which means... excuse me. Which means they've won 3 and lost 1. That's Dark Crow, Nijram, Memfisto, Fatal, Tjaenig, Dragon. So we'll see who is going to get through to the final 8. So all of the results in this Swiss format are going to go towards figuring out who gets into the final 8. Colorado, yeah, some good Colorado reses, really putting a lot of pressure on. We saw one Colorado res just miss, but ultimately the power of the Colorado just too strong. Okay, let's make sure everyone's getting in the giveaway. Exclamation point GGtoor and the emojis. Sorry for the little cough. Am I going to have to do text-to-speech as well? Okay, so we're just waiting on the draw for the 5th round. The 5th round of the Swiss. Yeah, I think also if you type HP, the bot says horsepower. I feel like we've experienced that before. So imagine the bot deciding that it knows better. Right, there we go. The site's updated. Remember, you can check out the brackets and see what's going on from home if you want to. Right, we got Dark Crow against Nataraja. That's going to be a good game. Nijram in against Bry. Guy, Dragon against Set. Wait, hold on. Dragon against Set? We've already seen Dragon against Set. Right, hold on. Wait. I'm definitely not reading the wrong page.
Are you looking at old rounds?
Yes. Yes, I am. That's exactly what I'm doing. What I was doing there is just doing an overview of what just happened. I didn't get to finish it because you interrupted me, but anyway, let's move on.
Ha.
What? Ha. Perfect. Okay, so What have we got? Dragon against Nataraja. That's going to be the standout game for sure. We got Nijram against Dark Crow, Memfisto, Tjaenig. So remember, these players really fighting. There's going to be a few players at the top. So Dragon and Nataraja, unbeaten at the moment. I mean, they're likely to be through whatever happens. But there's a lot of players close on 9 points, on 6 points. That could really change. There's going to be a few people on the cusp, depending on these results, may or may not get in. Currently, we have the 8th place is DeathShoott on 6 points. Now, that means there's a lot of people on 6 points as well, so things could really change at the bottom of that that top 8. Right, let's find out where we're going here. Right, Memfisto against Tjaenig is going to be our game of choice. We're trying to get, of course, as much game time for the different players as possible. Try and see as many people as possible. So let's get set up here. Memfisto against Tjaenig. Now, as soon as we've got the ban information in, we'll discuss that. And then once we have that, we can move on to actual gameplay. Right, let's see if we have these guys as Steam friends. Right, that's not there.
Fish, the
Yes.
people want to know.
What
Is this an improvement?
is what it is?
This.
The text-to-speech, is it improvement?
This.
This what?
This.
This what?
Good.
What? Good chat. I mean, it's up to them to decide, really. It's a little bit more awkward for me. How is it for you?
I literally can't hear myself. So.
Okay. But you do know what you're typing.
No, I don't.
Okay, good. Helpful.
Because apparently I typed Colorado.
Apparently so. I mean, the bot knows best, right? Probably what you meant. That's what you get for being lazy, not typing the full name. Okay, so we're just waiting the ban information to come in from these guys. Okay.
Bans in.
Bans in. Right, we've got Tjaenig banning Morelia and Kurnath and Crossbow Guild. And Memfisto banning Milloween, Kurnath also, and Defenso Chopper. Okay. Crossbow Guild's an interesting one because we've seen before when you ban one swarmer, it just gets switched for another. Morelia. Interesting Morelia ban because, of course, that means that everything else is on the table. Kurnath, fairly expected.
I would say Guild is harder to counter than Swarm or Totem.
Yeah, Guild with the ranged units can be stronger, but it's not necessarily as difficult to replace in a deck as, you know, some very specific cards. Okay, so no Milloween for Tjaenig, no Morelia for Memfisto. I don't think Memfisto would have played Morelia anyway. Doesn't feel like that's his kind of master from experience. So he may be fairly okay with that. Right, let's have a look. Memfisto. and Tjaenig. Okay, so just to remind you, we are in the final stage, which is round 5 of the Swiss format of this event. Once the games in this round are complete, we'll be able to determine our top 8, and then we'll go into our best of 5 Conquest Rules Elimination. Right, let's draw a winner for the giveaway. Zeus, congratulations, you've won something. I'll find something. Right. Okay, there we go. Prize for Zeus. Congratulations, Zeus. Thanks for being here. I'd just like to point out it's just a coincidence that a mod won. No kind of dodginess going on there. I mean, I probably shouldn't even mention it. DeathShoott has a bad throat, yes. So he's joining us through the text-to-speech bot. Oh, good. My headset's tied up round my chair.
Masters, get
Right.
ready.
Definitely ready for the start of this. Not half garroting my leg. Right, okay, here we go. Game number 1. Let's see what we've got. Okay, Memfisto, Diona
The
and
Scrats
Scrats
have returned.
The Scrats have returned. Tjaenig, Stormbringer, and then we see he's got the Scrapyard again here. Right, so this is round 5. Memfisto, Tjaenig. Right, so we saw. Let's see if we can get some value. Okay, shutting down. Okay, this is a good early push. Stormbringer's going to struggle against all these Scrats hugely. Tjaenig under massive pressure to start with here. Massive face damage coming out from the Scrats. This could be just one and done from Memfisto. More pressure coming
Scrapyard
in.
completely squished.
And there we go.
Poor
Wow.
Stormbringer terrible at defending this.
58 seconds. And that's
Well then.
And that was that. I barely finished writing on my notebook what was going on, and Memfisto takes this first one, and that's just the power of the Scrats. Stormbringer, of course, very bad at defending against Scrats, very slow attacking, and of course, a lot of mana was played on the Scrapyard. The Scrapyard got absolutely destroyed, and Memfisto was just able to close that out. Wow.
That match was over before I could even say Colorado.
Wow, that was quick. Okay. Tjaenig needs to forget that happened. You know, didn't necessarily do anything wrong. Sometimes that's just what happens. Just have the power of those decks. And yeah, it just didn't have anything to deal with. Sitting there with Ruby in his hand.
Request for Tsu. Can we change the picture to the WWE Troubadour? No.
Wait, who requested that? Oh, from Show Me the Money. That's a no. Request denied. Have you made any new ones recently?
Only the assassin. Which turned out not looking like the assassin.
Yikes. So if you wonder
But I like it.
If you wonder what we're talking about, DeathShoott likes to use the WWE game where you can create characters, and he tries to make Minion Masters characters. Some of them look really good. Other ones, not quite so much. But that's probably just be through the limitations of the platform.
It's a little hard sometimes. There's been some horrifying moments.
Right, so Memfisto taking the first game, 1-0, up in this best of 3. The power of the Scrats just shutting that down so quickly. Now, why have I... Did Memfisto restart or something? Why have I lost this? Memfisto... did they both restart? What's going on? Did you lose your spectate? Am I losing my mind? Okay.
I did lose mine.
Okay. Spectate or mind?
Yes.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. I mouthed it before you said it. Yeah. Predictable. Okay, so what's happening? Everything okay? Both players restarting their games, kind of strange. But yeah, we've seen some very quick games today, which, you know, can happen with these mismatch of decks, especially when you've got these Ravager pushes. Scrat Swarm really buffing that deck as well. But here we go. We're going into game number 2. Memfisto 1-0 up here against Tjaenig. Tjaenig needs to forget about that shredding.
RRRR round 2.
Yeah, nicely done. Okay, here we go. So, Diona against Diona. We've seen Memfisto stick with this deck a lot, and as DeathShoott said, maybe he's trying to just reduce the number of decks he's showing to his opponents so far. Like, the Pebbles are going to do a good job. Their attack speed's not insane, so it will take some clearing up, but of course they do have good range. They can hit air, so they do shut down the Zeppelins without too much face damage happening, but a good XP lead coming out from Memfisto to start with here. Tjaenig playing Arcane Barrage, which is a spell that wants to be used as often as possible. Each time you use it, it gets stronger. We'll see if he decides to do so.
Typically you never want to put buildings in the corner like that, but pebbles have a short duration. Yes, Connor.
Okay. Tjaenig getting a bit of XP back here, but here comes the push. Let's see how Memfisto can support the Rekinator. Right, there we see. So the Arcane Barrage is probably going to struggle to get too much value. It has such a huge area that it's likely to just get just tanked by all these Scrats.
I want a Rekinator skin called the Shrekinator.
Right, and again, here's so much face damage coming out. 1500 HP dropping.
There's one. Go get it, boy.
Did you make that sick command? I'm not sure. No. Okay. XP's close, but Memfisto's had most of the pressure so far.
This ruthless Scrat gameplay. Again, I'd love to see people try some Daggerfall.
This time Tjaenig kind of preemptively spawning the Pebbles, which is fairly problematic because they're going to be dead before too long. Not getting too much value out of them. Right, their trap's going to pick up the Rekinator there. That's going to be fairly useful. DPS coming out. But it looks like that Rekinator's going to explode. Push coming in. The Rekinator, of course, only hits ground units, so those Zeppelins are going to start pushing even more in there. This could be the end here. Scratillery comes in, clearing the defense. There we go. And Memfisto, the power of the Scrats, just too strong. Not 58 seconds. This one was 3 minutes. But Memfisto, again, felt like, from our point of view, felt like he was in control there. Always putting on the pressure. And closing that out. Okay, so Memfisto takes that game 2-0. Again, the power of the Scrats.
My internal microphone is damaged.
Okay, DeathShoott unfortunately not well at the moment, so he's using the text-to-speech because he's got a very sore throat. But still here and helping us out, so that's great. Right, let's have a look what else is going on in this round 5. Okay, so we saw Memfisto against Tjaenig. That's still outstanding on the results. Okay, looks like Nataraja has beaten Dragon. So Nataraja really strong today. Looks like he's going to have a 100% record. But of course, this is just the start of things. Once we get our top 8, that's when it really gets serious. We do have some other matches going on, but I'm not sure if we're going to have those as friends. Some fairly unknown people to me. Have a look. See if we can get some extra gameplay for you here. Okay.
Odds for Set making it are a little grim.
Well, we can drop in, I think, on Set, see what's going on there. We may not have the dual deck available for that. Okay, Set's in a menu at the moment, so that could have finished. May not have. We can find out a little bit about what's going on there. Okay, we do have some other games, but let's see if we have friend requests for those guys. Okay, Set looks like he's won by 2-0. There's 2-0 and a tonguey emoji. So, see what that means. Okay. Let's see if this
like
game's...
that.
Okay, right. Okay, we're just going to drop into a game here. Cookiesaurus Rex. Don't really know what's going on with the scores. Haven't got any information regarding that at the moment. We've got Morelia and Ravager. XP's fairly close. A lot of face damage coming out. Doesn't quite get... Oh, this is going to be the end here. Didn't quite get the ghost off. And Everdream taking that. Now, tried to jump in, see what was going on there, but just caught the end of it. That ghost could have saved the situation, didn't though. Okay, so let's refresh the brackets and see what's going on. We've got 2 games that haven't been reported yet. Once they've been reported or completed, then we'll know our top 8. So if we look at the standings at the moment, we've got Nataraja as the standout performer, 100% win record, hasn't dropped a game. Dark Crow, Dragon and Memfisto all dropping 1 match. We've got Set, Nijram, Fatal and Tjaenig, potentially the top 8. Still a couple of games just with results awaiting that may or may not affect that. As soon as we know, we will know. Right, I'm just going to go and use the bathroom whilst we are waiting.
Chad, we get some private time now. Just you and I. Mono e-robot. I think Fish is losing his mind. He would never admit it, but the signs are there. If you'd like to help support him,
Nice and warm here in the UK today.
simply type, "You'll get better in the GGtoor." He's back.
He's back.
Act
Right.
natural.
Okay, so we've got a couple of games just outstanding. So Nataraja really strong today so far, DeathShoott. Do you expect him to continue? Do you think he's going to be able to crush everyone? We just saw him beat Dragon, I think. So he really looks like the standout performer today. That Ravager deck, nobody's found a way to deal with that yet, apart from banning it. That's why you get those ban powers. But of course, if you ban something, that means you can't use that power to ban
I think
something else.
Nataraja dances with fire playing so much aggro in tourneys. The more experience people get against it, the harder it will become. Aggro is quite stoppable.
Indeed. We'll see if people start banning the Ravager against him or start playing things that can deal with it. But it's certainly taken him deep into the tournament so far. So that concludes the 5 rounds. Okay, we just need one more match reported, and that's going to conclude the 5 rounds. Then we'll see the top 8 confirmed for sure. Okay, whilst we're waiting, let's open another giveaway. Okay, so reminder that this event, GGtoor's Night's Duel number 13, is separated into 2 discrete but related sections. We have what we've been enjoying so far, which is the Swiss format, kind of a little league that all the players play, earning points and such, and then based on those results, the top 8 go through to the second section of the event, which is the Elimination, where we switch to best of 5 conquest rules, where players can no longer necessarily just stick to one particular strat. They're going to have to play different masters if they are going to ultimately be able to win. So we may see Ravager being used, and people may decide not necessarily to use their ban power against that, because of course it can only be used and won with once. So there's going to have to be other strats that Nataraja and other players are going to have to use. We saw Nataraja switch from Ravager to Stormbringer, so he's had some success there. Definitely has a number of different decks available to him. Right, so we're just waiting for that final match to be locked in as a result. Looks like it is. Okay, let's get our standings. Okay, so let me see if I can bring this up on the screen. There is no dark mode for this, so put on some sunglasses if you need to or something. This is quite bright. Right, where is this to show this on the screen? Okay.
You know what's also bright?
Not you.
The future of Sneak Energy.
Okay, yes, use code FISH if you wish.
Buy
now,
it today using code FISH.
Nice plug. Now, Nataraja is the standout player in the first part of this event. He's got a maximum score, hasn't dropped any games, any matches. Dark Crow, Dragon, Memfisto, they've lost one match so far. We've also got Set, Nijram, Raigai, and Fatal. Now, they are the last of the top 8. You can see here a lot of players also on 9 points, but because of the results against the other players, how many matches they've won or lost, how many sets they've won or lost, that affects whether they get into it or not. Okay, so some people right on the cusp, but unfortunately not making it, so good job to them. Unfortunately, you didn't quite get to the top 8, but hopefully next time you can go a step further. But great job to everyone now. So what we're going to see in a moment is the top 8 draw, and then we will be able to see the matches that are going on. So what we'll probably do is watch a game or two, if possible, from the quarterfinals, both semi-finals, and then the grand final, if all things go to plan. Now, DeathShoott, who's your money on for this? Do you think Nataraja's looking unbeatable, or do you think what's happened so far?
I mean.
No, not you. Do you think what's happened so far has happened, and now we kind of start again at this best of 5 part of the event?
It'll come down to Dragon and Set. Go Dragon, go.
You don't think Nataraja's got a shot?
Nataraja will get stopped here.
Okay.
The beast will be slain.
Let's see. Okay, so let's find our top 8. So the top 8 seeding should be based upon the results. So looks like we're going to have Nataraja against Fatal. We're going to have Memfisto against Set. Dark Crow against Raigai. Dragon against Nijram. Those are our 4 quarterfinal matches. Best of 5. Remember, conquest rules. Can't continue with a master once you've won with it. Looks like the first game we're going to see is Fatal against Nataraja. Okay, so let's see if we've got Fatal and we're definitely going to have Nataraja to see if we've got Fatal as a friend. Let's see here. So we would expect Nataraja to continue at least through this point. He will be the favourite in this match for sure. Okay, looks like we got a friend request from Fatal. That's perfect. Thanks for that. Okay, so let's Nataraja here and Fatal here. Okay, need bands. Ready. So I'm sure Fatal will have been paying attention. Well, I assume so of what's been going on so far.
No matter who wins, there will be a fatality in this one.
GG. Now, yes, remember it's Eurovision Song Contest tonight. For Americans, they probably don't care, but that's always a fun time. Check that out if you're interested. See what's going on later. It starts at 8 o'clock my time in a couple of hours. But yeah, let's get back to this now. We're into the serious business of the top 8. Remember, there's a $500 prize pool. A lot of money on the line. DeathShoott, of course, joining me today, does have a bad throat, so he's using the text-to-speech to get around that restriction. DeathShoott previously has won these 3 times, I think. Runner-up in the last one. Now I've got a tickle in my throat.
Hechu, hechu.
Dragon, the reigning champion, 4 times champion. So if we look at the brackets, it is still possible for a Dragon against Set final that you were predicting. Also a potential Dragon against Nataraja final. But before we get there, we've got a lot of games to go. Okay, so let's get this set up on the screen here for the scores and stuff. Then once we've got the bands in, do the bands become less important in a best of 5 compared to a best of 3?
Not at all.
Good chat. Okay.
Does eating become less important when you work 5 hours instead of 3? Exactly.
Nice analogy. Right, so best of 5, remember, so this is going to be more difficult for people to get over the finish line. They need to have 3, they need to win 3 different masters.
Nataraja going for the major aggro bans.
Okay, we'll look at those in just a second. Best of 5, quarter, final. Okay, looks like we're straight into the game. We've got Fatal banning Milloween, Musketeer, Stun Lancers, Nataraja banning Millo, Curse Bearer, and Defenso Chopper. We don't really get a second to look at those. We're going straight into the action here. Ravager, Zen Chi. We've seen this before. We'll see it again. Nataraja's going to have a big push.
Zen Chi vs Zen Chi.
Yeah, we got a wrecked Zen Chi as well. Let's see. One way of dealing with these big pushes are stuns. Need something here to tank for the pebbles. One survives. Okay, the heal's kind of annoying there. Shen's going to need support. There is a heal totem. The heal shrine needs to really make sure that Shen doesn't die. Okay, that's nicely done. The bottom bridge staying neutral. Okay, Shen. If Shen can stay alive at the top here, could be really important.
Heal shrine gameplay in 1v1. What a Chad.
What a Chad. Right. So here we see the power of the stuns. Stormy. Okay, Stormy dies. Shen goes down. Shen for Fatal goes down. Other Shen lives. Right, push still coming in. Remember, this is the statue from the Rock Rivals. Hasn't been dealt with at all. This could be very difficult for him to deal with. There's a lot of monkey business going on. Stormy's going to stun, but these units have so much HP that Stormy's just not going to be enough. Only one comes out. This is going to be too much. Nataraja's going to take this first game. That Battle Monkey's going to be DPSing. And there we see the power again of Nataraja's Ravager. Just so powerful, so quick. And we saw the use of the Rock Rivals, but he just wasn't able to deal with it appropriately. So Nataraja not only had his regular push, he had an extra statue as well. That was just far too much. And we saw that the stuns of Stormy are great, but you need extra DPS in there. Shen proccing off of the stuns and things like that. The Stormy on its own is just kind of delaying the inevitable. So a very powerful start there. But of course, Conquest rules, Nataraja can no longer play Ravager in this best of 5. So Ravager has come and gone. He's used it, he's won with it, but he can't play with it again. Right, yeah, so that was pretty quick.
Will he change masters with the same deck though?
Possibly. We've seen players do this before, where they just utilize a deck and then they swap out the master from the plan A to plan B, based on whether it's been used, whether it's been banned, etc. Okay, here we go, loading into game number 2.
Thanks for tuning in to the Caesar Network. We've
Wrecked
got a scorecard
against
for you
wrecked.
today here on Minion Masters.
I am a leaf on the wind.
Right, interesting deck from Nataraja.
Oh my.
Void Altar. Let's see if he can make it work. So the Void Altar is going to drop the orbs, the Void Souls. They're going to need to be collected. He's got things like the Rammer. He's got the Bats. Different things trying to use to pick them up. Right, there we go. If the Defenso picks that one up for free effectively at the top, that's going to be great. Right. Here we get the first, and looking like it's going to be the second. And this could be a lot of pressure coming out. Double Jin Long, though. Going to start putting some pressure on. Here comes the Succubus and the Incubus. We've got the Monkey tanking at the bottom there. Shock Rock comes in, though. Huge stun. Lots of damage. So Nataraja managing to get full value out of the Void Altar, but not doing too much with it, apart from just having some good bridge pressure. But here comes the counter push. So what you'll notice with the...
Sizable mana lead for Nata.
Yeah, by mana you mean XP. GG.
No.
Okay, let's have a look. The stuns are going to be good here against... Okay, they're not going to be good when he gets stunned back and gets absolutely shredded. Okay, so we've got a push at the bottom and a counter push at the top. Bats are going to do some good DPS. Shen going down. Golem's still fairly decently HP. Rammer picks up a shrine. Sorry, picks up a soul, hits face, but this is some decent face damage coming out onto Nataraja. Nataraja well ahead on XP though. And probably mana. Whatever that means.
These Stormies are really a negative in value.
Okay, big XP for Nataraja. Going to use the Defenso at the top here to tank. Going to get some DPS coming out from the Pebble, but there's only one of them and it's going to go down pretty soon. Okay, doesn't get the luck. He would have liked that first Void Orb to drop at the bottom. Didn't get the luck of that, but you know, sometimes that's just what happens. Shen goes down at the top. Right, one orb collected. Second orb picked up by the Windwalker. Would love for that Whelp to survive. It doesn't. Oof. Okay, good DPS coming out though. Lots of range DPS, shredding. Perk 3 for Nataraja now. He's really able to collect full value from that Void Altar every time at the moment. One Punch Blast takes out the Stormy. Perfect. Burning a little bit of mana, Nataraja there. Doesn't really want to spawn anything, but he kind of wants to save up and then go again with the next push with the Altar. Spear throws are really nice for taking out the Pebbles like that. Okay. Fatal not really able so far to stop these orbs being collected. Okay, needs to deal with that Battle Monkey at the top. Okay, it does go down. Nice tank in. The heal just not enough. Still a sizable XP lead for Nataraja. Big one punch blast takes out the Golem. Feels like Nataraja's in control of this one. Fatal's not really able to get any pressure on that Void Altar. Not able to stop any of the Void Souls being collected. So Nataraja's able to just get these big pushes at will. Close to Mana Frenzy. 20 XP to go for Nataraja. Control of this one. Unbeaten so far in the tournament today. Looking to continue that. Remember, he's 1-0 up after the first game. Ravager winning that one. Wrecked against Wrecked here. Going to get a bit of face damage, but it's the XP really that's Fatal's biggest enemy at the moment. Nice one punch blast on the Succubus. But the Battle Monkey's going to do a good job at the top there. Going to be supported by the Stormy. Right, that's a nice interaction. We haven't really seen that working out so far for Fatal. But Mana Frenzy for Nataraja, and he's likely to be able to close this game out. Wrecked. Red Wrecked not at home. We're going to see Nataraja here just solidify his position on the bridges. Going to pick up these souls. A lot of range damage, just shredding the golem. Rammer coming in. Rudish Betrayer is going to start hitting face. That's going to be 1 hit. That's going to be 2 hits. 40 HP left. Rammer's still there. That's going to be game to Nataraja. An interesting use there of the Void Altar. Wrecked against Wrecked, but the Void Altar, he had no way of putting pressure on the Void Altar directly. Wasn't really able to prevent any of the collection of the Void Orbs. So we just saw lots of value constantly coming out from the Void Altar there. Nataraja seemed to always be in control of that one. Disu. Okay, so Nataraja 2-0 up in this quarterfinal.
Insert sounds of dying here.
You or Fatal?
Yes.
Okay. Right, so Nataraja close to taking this best of 5. It's no longer able to play Ravager, no longer able to play Wrecked. Just to remind you of the bans, Nataraja banned Milloween, so did Fatal. Nataraja banned Cursebearer and Defenso Chopper, both that we explained earlier, discussed earlier. They would have been good against these big pushes. Fatal banning Musketeer and Stun Lancers. Not quite sure about those bans. Not quite the standard bans that we expect. Things that would be good against a melee deck. Right, 2-0. Let's see if we've got any other information coming in. Looks like Darkrow is 2-0 up against Ryguy. Dragon against Nijram is 1 game all. Memfisto against Set, 1 game to Memfisto. But here, Nataraja looking to get into the semi-final, continue his winning streak. Valorian against Stormbringer. We've got an accursed Stormbringer. That's an interesting one, DeathShoott. Okay, so we got the brothers. Fatal must be burning a lot of mana here. Is he having some technical issues? Not exactly sure what's going on. Something's not right.
Maybe played a banned card. Cursebearer.
Let's have a look. Nataraja banned Cursebearer, yes. May have just given up. Got to be very careful. What do you do, DeathShoott, with regards to making sure you don't fall foul to playing the banned cards? Because we see a lot of the players, even these real top players, making the mistake where they play a card that's banned. Do you have like some kind of system in place? Do you make sure you just double check everything before you go?
I look at my deck every time I go back to the main menu and scream the banned cards in text channels I look at. No joke.
Okay, well, whatever it is that works, it really helped. But we've seen some of the top players make a mistake like that. So it looks like that's going to close out that set for Nataraja. I'm not sure. What are the rules in this situation? Can they replay it, or is it up to Nataraja whether he allows them to replay it?
Nataraja's decision.
Let's find out. Okay, so whilst we're awaiting that, so it looks like it's been reported as 3-0 to Nataraja, so it looks like Nataraja's going to take that victory. Memfisto 1-0 up against Set, Darkrow 2-0 up against Ryguy, Dragon and Nijram 2-1. Who do you want to drop in on? Memfisto and Set's going to have the most gameplay left, I should think. See if we can get that going for you guys here.
Let's
Set
it up.
Let's set it. Get out. Okay, there we go. Memfisto. Against set. Okay, we're not fully sure of what's going on at the moment, but we're going to find out. The website's showing that Memfisto's 1-0 up.
I fight for hope. I fight for the day my kind will no longer.
Set almost dead here. Memfisto in control, XP wise and HP wise. Set trying to hold on, but 241 HP. And it's almost Mana Frenzy for Memfisto. We'll clarify the score as soon as we can. They're holding on, but Mana Frenzy now for Memfisto. You would expect him to be able to close this out this point, with Set being this far behind on XP. Okay, here comes the push. This is going to be just way too much face damage. The Daggerfall, of course, only doing 50 damage now instead of 80. Just not enough in that situation. Okay, so let's try to find out exactly what's going on here. Okay, so let's update this on the screen so we can get this correct. Okay, so 2-0 to Memfisto. 2-0 to Memfisto. So you expected Set to get right close to the end of this, but he's really up against it at the moment.
Set, stop dying.
Good advice. Right, Memfisto against Set. Okay, 2-0. This is 2-0. Okay, so his Valorian 1 against Wrecked. Do you see any ban information in the channel for these guys? Let's have a look. Okay.
Set bans Diona, Scrat Tunnel, and Grenadier vs Memfisto. Memfisto bans Apep, Karnath, and Amun against Set.
Okay, right. Those seems very targeted bans. We've seen Diona and his Scrat deck, so that's been pushed out by Set. Apep, Kurnath, and Armoon. So again, we see the Armoon ban. Kurnath, not seeing much Kurnath, even if it's not banned here. Okay, so 2-0 to Memfisto, but needs to close this out.
Anytime Milo gets banned, I doubt we'll see Kurnath.
Yeah, it really does fit well in that kind of a deck. Okay, so Dark Crow has beaten Ryguy 3-0. He will be playing the winner of Dragon and Nijram, which is, as far as we know so far, Dragon 2, Nijram 1. And of course, we are here with Memfisto against Set. 2-0 to Memfisto at the moment. Can Set fight back? Can Memfisto close it out? Let's find out. Okay, so it looked like the Prowler getting shut down there, I think by the flyby. I didn't see it, but I think I heard it while I was looking away. It's going to be frustrating because he knows he's going to struggle to get value out of that. Okay, so quite a substantial wrecked deck here. Assassin's going to get a huge hit off. Nice use of the tank in there. Perfectly timing from Memfisto. Massive damage from the Assassin. And the shield tanking the hit from the brother. Right, Memfisto, of course. We've seen him using this heal, which was...
This is a very old R3 KT deck. has taken a lot of nerfs.
Let's see if Set continues to play the Prowler, the Cage Prowler, because he knows he's going to get flybyed every time. Flyby comes in. I think you only have to kill one of those, though, to stop it. If you kill one of the Frost Feathers, then it doesn't do enough damage to kill the Prowler. So that's, you know, fairly achievable with all these ranged units he has. There comes the Prowler. Right, XP slightly in Memfisto's favour. Nice bridge grab at the top with the brother and the collision. Gorex Gate giving those whelps, absolutely shredding that brother. Okay, perk 2 basically at the same time for each player. So Milloween gets the arcane missiles for perk 2. It's not a card added to the deck anymore, it is a card that is on a timer every 25 seconds after the last time you used it. Decent face damage coming out on Set there. This is likely to be a situation where the perk 3 for Memfisto and Milloween is going to be stronger than Set's perk 3. Let's see how it goes. XP's very tight at the moment. Both players doing some decent face damage. So again, here comes the flyby. Looking to kill at least one of those so the Prowler doesn't spawn. He might get to the stage where he just doesn't use it, because their flybys do effectively doing nothing. Okay, this is a tanky looking push though. That brother's going to be on face. We've got the Prowler in there as well. Musketeer support coming from the Razor Squadron. This is going to be a lot of face damage coming out here. Memfisto dropping under 800 HP. Needs to clear this up. His perk 3 is almost here. Remember, he does have Clear Skies, so he is able to heal himself. So it's not over yet by any stretch of the imagination. We saw an earlier game where he dropped very low to under 200 HP, but was able to close it out. Right, here we go. Perk 3 now. The big golem is available.
Hopefully Set does not get desperate for tower damage.
Yeah, you've got to be careful in these situations. You see your opponent's low, you start trying to close the game out, but then they end up healing and it's a mistake. Right. Nice one-punch blast, killing the Arcane Golem. Nice bridge grab with the Wrecked. Set's a very good Wrecked player. What you'll see with these the top players playing Wrecked is they won't waste all their Shadow Dances at the start. They'll use them to take bridges and clear where they can. Right. Daggerfall. That's okay, I guess. Get some reasonable value out of it. XP still very close. Memfisto is low HP and does need to be careful because Set does have some units that can really put out a lot of damage very quickly. Doesn't want to use the heal because that brother's almost dead. Wants to kill that. One punch blast not enough to close out to kill that golem. Okay, he's probably going to heal once that brother dies. Okay, there it is. Remember, that heals everything. Masters, units, everything. Strips off the rage and the haste as well, I think. Right. Now we see some serious face damage coming out onto Set's tower. Razor Squadron, very high DPS, so is going to shut that down. XP-wise, exactly equal again. Like a basketball game at the moment. It's going from one side to the other. Memfisto, again, low HP. One Punch Blast. I'm not sure. I think he should be using that One Punch Blast on face rather than on the Golem, because it's not enough to kill the Golem. The Golem gets healed up anyway. But Memfisto really does need to handle this properly. Oh my goodness, that was last second position against the Prowler.
Using Blast on the Golem gives Memfisto a reason to clear skies.
Yep. Okay, didn't get to do it this time. 312 HP. Super close right now. Huge hit from the assassin, but he gets hit by the brother. See, just think if Memfisto, if the One Punch Blast had been on face, this game could have been over. Memfisto so low, hasn't used the heal in ages. There's the One Punch Blast. Set's fighting back. 2-1. That's the power of Rekt. He used the One Punch Blast on the Golem over and over again, but eventually he decided to go for face. And Set's back in this. So close. Both players doing a lot of face damage. Felt like we didn't see a heal for a long, long time at the end there. And Set's back in this. Set, a very experienced player, previous winner. Same with Memfisto. So, all to play for. Very good game. Very good game. And that's the power of the One Punch Blast. Really, against the Mana Golem, the Arcane Golem, it really wasn't really doing too much. It was just damaging it and then getting healed. But in the end, he just went for face when he needed to. And closed that out. Okay. We're at best of 5, 2-1. Set is back in this. DeathShoott expecting Set to get right down to the final of this event. He was looking very dubious for that when he was 2-0 down, but fighting back. Now, of course, Rekt has been played, so Set cannot play Rekt again. Memfisto's Milloween hasn't been played. Oh, sorry, hasn't been won with, so Memfisto could use Milloween again. We saw with the bans that I think Diona and his Scrat stuff is off the table. We may see his Memfisto Scrat deck with Ratbo. We've seen that previously as well. So, lots of potentials. But not exactly sure. Okay. So, I think this is... Let's just double check the scores elsewhere. So it looks like this is the only match that hasn't completed in the quarterfinals. We saw Nataraja beat Fatal by 3-0. He'll play the winner of this match. Memfisto 2, Set 1. We've got Dark Crow beating Ryguy by 3-0. We've got Dragon beating Nijram by 3-1. So we got Dark Crow and Dragon in the second semi-final, which I think is going to be the first one we watch, just to keep that nice and understandable. And then we've got Nataraja against either Memfisto or Set. So a lot of the names that we would expect getting down to the wire here.
Arguably the top 5 are currently remaining.
Yep, you could have probably picked these players out at the start, mostly, as to who you would expect to get this at this stage of the event. Okay. We'll just take a moment while these players are deciding exactly what to do and where to go and what to play. As the games go on, as the Masters are won with, less options are available. This is where the games get very, very close. Looked like the perk 3 for Milloween, for Memfisto, was going to be too strong, but that extra face damage potential was just enough for Set.
I wonder how much deck building Set has done this patch.
Okay. Okay, here we go. Going into game number 4. It's 2-1 to Memfisto. Can Memfisto close this set out and get through to the semi-final? Can Set fight back, bring it back to 2 games? All we're about to find out together. Okay. Memfisto, Setsu, Set, Setsu. See what kind of Setsu.
This is my Setsu.
Which one? Setsu?
Yes.
Okay, so let's see. Looks like a heavier Setsu for Memfisto. Right, here comes the Azog. Azog, of course, has that Shadow Dash. Getting some good value there. Set looks like he has the cheaper of the decks. He's got the Jinlong with the spells, of course, to trigger it.
Fly, my boy. Fly.
Right, here we go. Setsu at the top, Setsu at the bottom. Right, Setsu's passing in the night. The Setsu decks tend to like to have a lot of spells in there to help with the perk 2 and perk 3 triggers. Let's see how aggro they're going to be. Normally a Setsu deck is very aggro, wants to start putting on a lot of pressure, doing face damage as soon as possible, and then trying to close out with perk 3. But of course, both players have got the same skill set to play upon here. Right, this is a substantial push. Last stand gives you 7 of these Legionnaires.
I think Set needs to save Jing or Azog for last stand.
Yeah, the last stand is fairly problematic because there's just so much HP coming in from that. So Set taking a lot of face damage here. And that's always going to be problematic against a Setsu because you know perk 3 Setsu is going to be real strong at trying to close out the game. But Setsu against Setsu needs to be played with care. Especially when they both have perk 3. Right. Jing clearing the top. Going to go and just... looks like it's just going to die. Memfisto still got a lot of HP. Happily able to use those Blood Imps. XP very close here. Oof. Kind of baited it out a little bit. Okay, both players have got the Ravenous Swarmers. Here we see Memfisto jumping defensively. The key to being a good Setsu player is knowing when and where to jump. Are you going to jump and help defend? Are you going to jump on face? Let's find out. Set took a lot of damage from that last push. This push is not looking quite so problematic. Hasn't been cleared yet, though. Nothing to take advantage of the Voidborn wound. Set dropping down under 1,000 HP. Setsu, of course, can put out a lot of damage very quickly, so you need to be super careful. Okay, not sure about that jump there. He's going to get shut down really quickly. Keeping the bridge for a little bit. Setsu burning a little bit of mana there. Unsure exactly how to play this. Needs to be careful. You've got to pay attention to the perks. When the perk 3 pops, Setsu becomes far more devastating. It might not even matter. These Legionnaires doing so much damage. Set dropping 100 HP. That's game to Memfisto. And just the pure weight of those Legionnaires over and over again. We didn't even get to the perk 3 stage when it was going to get really technical and really serious. Memfisto taking that by 3 games to 1. Set has been eliminated from the event. DeathShoott is not happy. Okay, Memfisto books his place in the semi-final. Set has been eliminated. Wow. Okay. Okay, so we're going to get set up for the semi-finals now. We're going to watch both of the semi-finals. So let's just make sure that we're up to date here, find out exactly what's going on. 4 players remain. We've got Nataraja against Memfisto. We've got Dark Crow against Dragon. We're going to see Dark Crow against Dragon first. Now let's get that set up here for you. So we've got some ban information coming in. Dragon banning Wrecked, Grenadier, and Pebbles. Dark Crow banning Mordar. That's a very specific targeted ban against Dragon. Cursed Bearer and Defenso. Any thoughts on those bans, DeathShoott, while I set this up here? Right. Gravely Plays, thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. We do have a giveaway running, I think. If you want to get involved, we'll run that soon. Okay, so see if DeathShoott has anything to say or if he's passed out. Who knows? DeathShoott, of course.
Dragon changing up his typical bans, knowing full well Dark Crow wants pebbles.
DeathShoott not well today, unable to talk due to a sore throat, so we've got the text-to-speech bot that is filling in for him. Okay, so let's just double check.
I'm the IRL Budsbit.
IRL, but right, Dark Crow against Dragon. Okay, let's set this up. Dark Crow, boom, Dragon is here. Okay, so that's set up. Let's get the scene set up with the scores. So remember, this is best of 5, conquest rules. Semi-final time here. Just trying to multitask a little bit. Don't mind me. Okay, so Dark Crow against Dragon. Dragon, of course, the reigning champion. Why am I writing Dark Dragon? Dark Crow. He's won this event 4 times. The last 3 in a row. Okay. DeathShott's going to BRB. Let's make sure that's set up nicely. Okay, Dark Crow against Dragon. Looks good. Okay, so reminder of the bans. We've got Dark Crow banning Mordar, Cursebearer and Defenso. Dragon banning Rex, Grenadier and Pebbles. Now, let's draw a winner for the giveaway whilst we are waiting here. Boom. The winner is Muffin Proof. Congratulations, Muffin Proof. You've won a thing. Right. So if you just joined us, this is GGtoor's Night's Duel number 13. It's provided by GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf. Thanks to those guys for supporting the event. Thanks for you being here. DeathShoott, thanks for commentating in a manner. And Sinobii, of course, working tirelessly behind the scenes. Now, let's tell them once DeathShott's back, we're going to be ready here. So we're in the semi-final stage. Many have entered, but only 4 remain. Nataraja against Memfisto in the second semi-final after this. But first we've got Dragon against Dark Crow. Dragon will be the favourite here based on just how he's been so dominant in these events. I'm just going to use the restroom real quick. We're going to leave the stream unattended momentarily. Please behave. Okay. I am back. Let's see if we can get...
Fish is a bag.
Fish is a bag. Let's see if we can get a prediction started. And then we can get some gameplay. Right. Start prediction. Who will win? So who's first? Right. Dark Crow Dragon. Let's put this up for 2 minutes. Put up 5 minutes, it's fine. Who will win this round?
But no matter who wins, at the end of the day, we're all winners. Right.
Okay, we are ready. Sorry for the slight bit of downtime there, but we are back. Let's make sure we got the spectate ready up. Okay. So, semi-final. This is when it gets extra serious. Dark Crow. Dragon. Now, did these guys play yet? Doesn't look like it. Okay, here we go. We're loading in to our first game here of this best of 5 semi-final time.
It's Minion Masters!
Dark Crow against Dragon. Okay, so we've got Milloween. And we've got Apep. Right, again we see that Prowler. Caged Prowler. Does he have a way of shutting it down? Not directly at the moment. Wall is going to be great there against the Legionnaires. It looks like the Prowler's going to spawn. Going to start getting some DPS, but gets out just in time. Okay, Dragon will be happy with that. Dark Crow deciding to tank that on face. Maybe awaiting, trying to get his Golem out as quickly as possible here. Doesn't want to cycle any more than necessary. Okay, that's a lot of face damage though. 1,000?
Arcane Bolt and Smite vs Caged Prowler is awkward.
Yeah, neither of those can shut that down. The Dark Crow has taken a lot of damage, is decently behind on XP at the moment as well. Nice Cleanse Brew at the top. It's going to die just in time for the bridge to be taken. Right, Lone Scout may be the perk 1 card from Dragon. Dragon has a beam. We've seen him use that many times. May not be incredibly useful here. But, oh no, looks like the Grenadier was the perk. He's got 2 Grenadiers there. No wild cards in solos. Apep says, hold my beer. Yeah, not being able to put pressure directly onto the Prowler is fairly annoying. The Wall's going to do a great job tanking there. Okay, and again, Prowler spawns. Gets some value, but how much? Not going to do too well against the Wall, but shreds the Wall pretty quickly. No real Horde clear at the moment for Dark Crow at the top. XP slightly in Dragon's favour. Bit of face damage coming out, but of course Apep's not going to mind that too much with the perk 2 shield available. Oh, the beam though! That's a mistake from Dragon! He played the beam, but the units split in a way he didn't expect them. It's a very unlike Dragon mistake. It's a huge advantage, a huge investment on the mana. Doesn't seem to necessarily have been too much of a problem. Oh, he's late on the Wall as well! Dragon making some uncharacteristic mistakes here. The Wall was late. The Prowler now shut down.
Errors in Dragon's programming.
Yep. It's very unlike Dragon. Normally he's very accurate. Making a couple of mistakes there. Let's see. He's experienced enough to know that mistakes happen. Just needs to Just reevaluate. Okay, smite clear, beam clear, bridges, 1 each. Okay, Whirly goes down, but still unable to get the pressure on the Prowler. Dragon's perk 3 could be very important here, and he's going to get to perk 3 before Dark Crow does. Okay, shielded crossbow dudes. Nice split, more range, DPS. Probably be fairly happy with that. Okay, I haven't really looked at what the predictions are, but let's have a look. Predictions. I hear a beam. Okay, the beam shredding all the Legionnaires there. Most people looking like it's going to be... Yep, people going for Dragon so far. Dragon ahead on XP. We've seen a couple of mistakes, but he's stabilized. Huge smite. Shield, tank in, Prowler, spawns. Okay, so again, the shield just doing exactly what it needs to do. Yeah, both players have got a wall. Dark Crow has taken a lot of face damage, is behind on XP. Dragon looks like he may be in control, despite making a couple of mistakes. Let's see. You never know. These golems need to be dealt with. Right, again. Right, that Prowler's not going to spawn, I don't think. Okay. Trying to get as much value from the Golem as possible at the top there, using the Glen's Brew on it, but ultimately it goes down, and here comes the pushback. The XP is Dark Crow's biggest enemy at the moment. Dragon closing in on his Mana Frenzy. Dark Crow needs to be careful of his HP, sorry. Right, nice use of the shield totem there. Blocking the damage, the wall will use to tank. Okay, Dragon in control of this at the moment. Looked a little dodgy early on, but he's really stabilized. 10 XP to go. Dragon looking to take first blood here. Huge beam, locking down the DPS in the corner there. That's going to give him some decent presence on the field to lock down his own Mana Frenzy. Let's see. Yeah, those Grenadiers, so much DPS, so much AoE from Dragon, just being able to clear those pretty easily. There we go, Mana Frenzy for Dragon. Should be able to close this out. Dark Crow is under 500 HP. Looks like Dragon's going to take the first in this semi-final best of 5. Dragon strikes first. And the Milloween, last stand against Dragon with all his AoE, just not enough. And as Memfisto says in the chat, last stand against Grenadier and Whirly is always going to be rough. And then another
2x
Grenadier.
Grenadier vs last stand was painful.
Yeah, that second Grenadier adding insult to injury. Those Legionnaires really not being able to get too much value. But we saw a couple of mistakes there from Dragon that we don't normally see. Is that important to note, or is that just... it's happened, it's come and gone, and it's fairly irrelevant going forward?
He didn't even lose his lead. It was fine this match, but hopefully it made him more alert.
If you just joined us, DeathShoott's using text-to-speech. He's got a bad throat. Okay, here we go into game number 2.
Duel.
Dark Crow, King Path, Dragon, Morelia. Not an accursed Morelia, though. Okay, so we got Rock Rivals Dragon again. Rocking the beam.
ATG and beam. Ton of scrap.
Yep. Are we going to see a scrapyard in here? Not yet. Okay, Battle Monkey getting some good DPS out, but gets a big rocky punch. Okay, let's see. Nice hit. Okay. Great use there of the Lash of Our Moon. Statue still alive. Going to get some face damage out here. ATG Drone's going to do a good job shredding everything eventually. Bit of face damage coming out. Skelly's doing a good job, of course, though, tanking. We're seeing a lot of the Zealots now. Zealots, of course, something we haven't seen really at all recently until they got buffed in the latest patch. They no longer do the damage to themselves, so they are far stronger and far more difficult to deal with. Now, Fellow Horde, we saw earlier how strong that can be in certain situations. Okay, he's ready with the Glens Brew on that Battle Monkey. Dragon knows he's waiting for it, so he's not spawning anything else. He doesn't want to trigger it. Battle Monkey, of course, attacks faster based on the number of enemies around it, so you've got to be very careful with how you deal with it. Okay, good lash there. Doesn't quite get the whirly, but gets a good couple of hits. But the ATG Drone's going to be fairly difficult to deal with. It's going to be stunned for a minute. But then how does he deal with it here? Look at Darkrow's hand. Not too much anti-air. Here comes the prop board, though. That's going to be his choice of dealing with the ATG Drone. But the Unholy Ground drags everything to the ground. ATG Drone shreds it. This could be a sizable push now from Dragon. King Puff, of course, hits hard but slow. It's not on the ATG Drone either. ATG Drone don't do huge face damage at the moment. Okay, he will clear this up, but that's a massive amount of face damage. 887 HP. Dragon putting a hurting on. Those spirits as well. Right. Lash. Oh, the lash is on the wall. That's a mistake. Nothing coming from that lash. That could be hugely problematic.
The more HP Dark Crow loses, the harder it'll be to stop Queen's Dragon.
Oh god, this is too much damage. The Blood Imps are out. Are they all dead? No, one's left. Dragon takes the second game.
Plays Imps into Blue Golem off.
Looked like some mistakes there from Dark Crow. He used the Herald Our Moon, the Lash of Our Moon. And it wasn't a case that Dragon reacted and controlled the aggro. The wall was already there. So it was just simply a mistake. It's kind of tricky to use the Lash of Our Moon because it takes a little while before it attacks and then stuff's moving all the time. So it's kind of like 3D chess for a moment.
I have to say, that is a commonly repeated error with Dark Crow. Throwing out Blood Imps in dire moments.
Got to be very careful, yeah. Blood Imps, of course, with the Blood Pact, 75% of the damage they take passed on to your master, even overkill damage. So you've got to be very careful using them, depending on what your opponent has to counter them, how much HP you have at the moment as well. Okay. That is 2 games to 0 to Dragon. So we saw some mistakes in the first game from Dragon, didn't really affect the outcome. Dark Crow making a couple of mistakes in that second game really did affect the outcome. Wow. Okay, Dragon in the ascendancy at the moment. Can Dark Crow fight back? Remember, this is the first semi-final. We have Nataraja and Memfisto waiting in the second semi-final. Nataraja unbeaten today so far. That's going to be Memfisto's uphill struggle to deal with that, but we'll see that after this game. Okay, so we've seen both players making mistakes. Dark Crows were definitely more punished than Dragon. So, of course, Dragon has one with Apep, can't play that anymore. Has one with Morelia, can't play that anymore. We've got the bans as well. So, Dragon unable to play Wrecked either. Dark Crow has everything available apart from... Hold on, Dragon, no, not Wrecked, Mordar. Dragon can't play Mordar. Sorry. Dark Crow can't play Wrecked. Okay, so Dragon's going to have to go outside of his comfort zone a little bit. What do you expect to see Dragon playing here? No Mordar, no Apep, no Morelia. Milloween, probably. Milloween or Diona.
Not a fan of the Mordar ban. It's too targeted.
What does too targeted mean, though?
For example, Dragon can still play Harbinger Valerian, which we've seen him do many times for a solid win with a non-tourney meta master. I think it's stronger to ban a meta master like Diona, Milo, Apep.
Okay, here we go. Game number 3. Dragon is 2-0 up in this best of 5. Can he close this out? Can Dark Crow start climbing back into this? We're about to find out together. King Puff against Diona. Now let's have a look. Diona looks like a similar deck, maybe even the same deck as the Apep that we saw. No, yes, I think it might be actually. Okay, we got the Cage Prowler. So again, we have a Smite, which is no good at shutting down, doesn't do damage to buildings. It's going to be a little bit frustrating. No way to put pressure on that. Okay, big hit coming out. Okay, there's the beam. Is the beam great? The beam wasn't great. Didn't get the brother. Maybe another little mistake from Dragon there. He's the brother dropping the Holy Fire, healing itself a little bit. Do a little bit of face damage. Again, the Prowler's going to be able to be uncontested here. Small XP lead for Dark Crow, though, so he'll be happy with that at the moment. That's going to probably change quickly. Right, with Dark Crow, with the Blood Imps, DeathShoott mentioned the Blood Imps, sometimes used very dangerously by Dark Crow. Let's see if that happens again. Horde doing some work, but ultimately dying there. Smite. It's an expensive Smite because everything was almost dead there. Not sure about that. Small XP lead still for Dark Crow.
There's one. Go get it, boy.
Ruffles picking up some mana. You got to be careful when Ruffles is picking up the mana that you've got enough space in your mana bar to grab it, otherwise it's going to get wasted. A Cannon Roller desperately trying to survive there, but not. Ooh, was that a... Okay. That trap was misplaced, but it's okay.
I'd say Ruffles is a stronger perk 2 than the buff puffs. However, KP perk 3 is brutal.
Yep, perk 3 for King Puff is going to be very strong. Can he get there? Can he still be in contention? Let's find out. Again, Blood Imps getting somewhat punished, not fully punished. The whirly's not doing huge damage to them. The XP lead for Dragon just getting wider. Perk 3 is... Okay, so perk 3 now for Dragon. He's going to have that second trap to try to manage the aggro. Do some damage. Right. Darkrow just trying to hold on for his perk 3, but he's quite a way behind, taking a lot of face damage at the moment as well.
Go, boy.
Is his perk 3 going to be enough to swing the game? Is he going to be close enough to be able to get value out of it? Is it going to change anything? Okay, so the Zealots are going to work through that wall. The Zealots, of course, not going to damage themselves anymore, but they're not going to trade well against those Skellies.
Go get it, boy.
Right, perk 3 is almost ready. Can the Night Puff save the day? Blood Imps, shielded Blood Imps. Darkrow playing with fire a little bit here. Bridge switch just before perk 3. Perk 3 available, bridge switch not here yet. 26 seconds
Go, boy.
to go. Right.
I don't think he can play imps again.
Yeah, he's dropping very low there.
Dragon has beam and 2x traps.
Yep, he's got a lot of ways of putting face damage on. Nice trap. Nice double trap. There's the Night Puffs at the bottom. So they're going to be strong, but Dragon only 20 or so XP away. Dragon having a lot of HP as well. That wall tanking almost everything perfectly. Right. He may just decide to use the Blood Imps just to force out the Night Puffs in a squeeze. Nice use of the traps. Again, picking off the back line. Right, Night Puffs. Only generates a couple, I think, at the bottom one at the top. Grenadier is going to be good, though. Blood Imp still coming out. 429 HP. Dragon close to Mana Frenzy. Remember, if Dragon wins this, he books his place in the final. Currently 2-0 up. No bridge switch available for Night Puffs. Darkrow struggling at the moment. Dragon has Mana Frenzy.
Bring the trap.
Dragon just needs to survive for just a little longer. Try to shut this push down, get his bridges. Should be able to close this out. Night Puffs, again, not many being generated. And here comes Dragon. He's going to have that extra power from the Mana Frenzy. Blood Imp's being used. They're not going to get fully punished, but he's dropping low. This is going to be too much. Dragon's going to take this by 3-0. Dragon's into the final. Darkrow, very well played, but Dragon just too much to deal with in that situation. And again, Dragon seemed to be fully in control from start to finish, mostly there.
And the crow and croaked its last.
Indeed. Okay, so we have our first finalist, Dragon, current champion. Who will he play? We're going to find out soon. Okay, so we are. Just a reminder, we're on a 180-second delay, just to keep it fair for everyone, so we're not reacting to you in chat. Not being rude. Okay, Dragon takes that by 3-0. He's into the final. Our second semi-final. It is Memfisto against Nataraja. Nataraja has been a force to be reckoned with today. Hasn't been beaten yet. Can Memfisto stop him? Have they played yet today? Let's check our records.
Nataraja and Memfisto have been the two most successful aggro players here.
Yep,
Go
so
Scrats go.
we got some bans in. Memfisto banning Miluin, Kurnath, and Armoon. Nataraja banning Valorian, Last Stand, and Reckonator. Miluin, Kurnath, Armoon for Memfisto, and Nataraja banning Valorian, Last Stand, and Reckonator. Okay, so again, the players respecting the power of Kurnath. Banning that straight away by Memfisto, so no Milloween for Nataraja.
Banning Milo and Karnath is a wee bit overkill, IMO.
Yeah, you can kind of ban one or the other. Achieve 90% of the double ban. Okay, so let's get set up for this. Memfisto, boom. Nataraja, boom. Okay. So we'll set up and then we'll get straight into this action here. Okay, let's update. So do you think Nataraja is going to continue his dominance today?
I think Memfisto is the hero we need.
We'll certainly find out. Okay, Memfisto against Nataraja. Okay, so semi-final number 2, Memfisto against Nataraja. The winner will place Dragon in the grand final. But before we get there, we're here. Best of 5 conquest rules. We have bans. We are, I believe, ready. Are you still playing okay, feeling okay, Disu?
No. And you?
Probably better than you. Okay, let's put Dragon in as the winner of that prediction. Start the next prediction. Memfisto. Nataraja. Okay, who will win this round? Boom, let's start that. Okay. Are we set up? Memfisto, Nataraja. Okay. Looks like I'm ready to go here. Woo! Here we go. Loading into game number 1 of our second semi-final. Memfisto against Nataraja. Nataraja's been crushing it so far today. Both really top players, though.
And we're off.
Thanks for the sub, Fergie. Right. Game on. Right. As expected, Nataraja with a Ravager, Zenshi deck. Memfisto, Diona. Maybe a Zenshi based deck as well. We see a Zap Shrine in there.
Memfisto can run Defenso.
Nice use of the trap. That Reboom is going to get some good value. Doesn't want to lose it though. Okay, it just lives. That's important. I saw somebody on the Steam forums really confused about why you would ever want to use the Zap Shrine. Pay attention to how Memfisto uses it and you may see some value coming out of it. Remember, if you had the Zenshi flows, using the Zenshi card before, it stuns everything within the radius. You could do a good job at locking one big target down. Oh, that Reboomer getting so much value. The heal comes in, but there we see the Zap Shrine shredding everything. It's going to get another stun off here as well. Okay, Memfisto doing an incredible job shutting down this aggro from Nataraja. Ahead on XP. Power of the stuns there, right. We've seen this Ravager deck be so powerful today, but there we see the limitations of Ravager as a master, unable to hit any of that range damage. Memfisto just having to sit there for a little bit and tank that. Right, Reboomer pushing at the bottom. I'm not sure about that Shock Rock. Reboomer's going to boom for another day. Okay, Reboomer survives. Okay, it's not going to survive for much longer, but still getting some value. Okay, Memfisto in a good spot. This would have been Nataraja's deck that he felt that he'd have a very high win rate potential.
Always love seeing boomers put in decks for counterplay.
Okay, again, Memfisto still in charge on XP, healing up. Has the Blood Imps full, almost full HP. Able to deploy those Blood Imps as he wishes. And again, that range damage on Ravager being really frustrating, just picking him away. So this is likely to be Nataraja perk 3. Can he win the game at that point? If he doesn't, then he probably won't have a chance. But let's see if we get to that point. Again, that reboomer. Oh, the reboomer just gets picked off there. That's frustrating, but it got a lot of value anyway. And there we see the value of the Zap Shrine just being a pain. Well, the Jing, sorry, survives. That's frustrating. Nataraja's going to take some damage here for sure. Shen stunning. Oh, this is really frustrating. Okay. That Battle Monkey's doing so much damage. This is too much. I don't think he's got enough to shut that range down. Memfisto will be thrilled to take that because Nataraja will have been expecting to be able to rely on that Ravager deck for at least one victory. And he's not been able to do that there. Memfisto strikes first. And Nataraja's Ravager that's been so strong all day may have come up against something that it can't beat. But remember, that Diona can no longer be played. I mean, the deck could be played, but not with Diona. Nataraja's Ravager can be played again, and probably will. So that's the first game to Memfisto. Striking first, doing a great job controlling that aggro deck. Nataraja
Apep really... still on the table for anti-aggro.
Yep, lots of different options. Is Nataraja going to continue to try to use that super aggro Ravager Zenshi deck? We saw just the power of the stuns that Memfisto was using. The Zap Shrine, as we mentioned there, that AoE stun, hugely important, especially with other things like the Shen that really benefit from that external stun. Really helping him to get some good value. And that Reboomer constantly getting a lot of value.
I suspect Nataraja to try Spawner Stormbringer.
Okay, DeathShoott calls Spawner Stormbringer. DeathShoott is wrong. Idiot confirmed.
The fight is on.
See.
Right, Apep against Morelia. Okay, let's see what we've got. I see a Simulacrum. It's grabbed some Plasma Marines. They are hasted from the tech. Hasted Marine at the top, trading against the regular Marine, of course. The power of haste. Nice bridge grab at the bottom with the collision of the Battle Monkey. Taking a lot of damage, but taking the bridge. Okay, Memfisto getting a free stint. But Nataraja has a heavy deck. We've got the
Simulacrum can also be an Apep perk 1, giving you a sort of free future present.
Right, this is the power of the Spirit on these thick units. Got the Shield God of Light, got the Reckonator. Does have Glenn's Brew as well. Let's see if he can get any work done here. We got the Assassin, I think, there from the Simulacrum. Okay, it does explode, does some face damage, but of course, Apep's going to have the shield. That was a hasted Assassin. That thing puts out some serious DPS. The fact he got the stint, nice bit of extra range. DPS. Okay. XP's in Memfisto's favour at the moment. Perk 2 means that Apep's going to have that shield totem. But here we see the Spirit. We know exactly where that Spirit's going. Nataraja's going to control that. That's the Shield God of Light with a lot of, looks like an extra 400 HP. Remember, you can see how much HP units have. If you look at their health bar, they're divided into segments. Each segment is 100 HP. If you see a lot of
Blast
segments,
Mancer kinda useless in this one.
you see a lot of segments, they have a lot of HP. Okay, that's a Reconator that he's grabbed from the Simulacrum. Of course, with the tech, that's a hasted Reconator. One thing people misunderstand with the Simulacrum is they think you get the card for 2 mana. No, it costs you the normal amount, but it does have the benefit of potentially having that haste. The beam... Oh, it doesn't quite pop it, but it's probably going to pop in a second. He'd love that to not pop, but there it goes. Does it take the bridge? Just gets on the bridge. Okay, Nataraja will be okay with that. XP in Memfisto's favour at the moment. Blastmaster getting some value there. Here comes the double spirit. We know it's going to go on both of these units. The Marine, not too bothered about, but the Shield Guard, very important. But
Pretty sure I have played against this exact Memfisto deck whilst running Reconator. So unless your giant unit is mythic, Simulacrum can steal it and have a haste counter push.
yeah, that's the power of Simulacrum. Okay, perk 3 now for Memfisto. What's his free card? Who knows? We're about to find out because I missed it. Okay, there's a hasted Drone Walker. Okay, double Spirit. There it is. Reconator Spirit. Shield Guard of Light Spirit. Mana being burnt by Memfisto. Not exactly sure what to do at the moment. Needs to be careful. That Reconator needs to be dealt with. Has a shield. Has a wall. Gets the bridge grab from the monkey, but it's not going to come back and help. Shield being used. Lots of HP left for Memfisto, so he'll be happy with that. Ahead on XP as well. Remember, Memfisto 1-0 up in this series so far. Okay, so XP's the problem for Nataraja. Has the dragon though. Queen's Dragon, perk 3. One time only, needs to do something with it. Needs to change the way this game is going.
Set up for the Spirit Dragon push.
Yeah, he wants to make sure he's going to have 2 units out. Spirit on the Dragon, Spirit on the Shield Guard. Beam coming in. Shield Guard still lives though. Reconator and Shield Guard pushing at the bottom. Nirvir pushing at the top. XP well in Memfisto's favour. Nataraja needs to do something at this moment. Kind of needs to win with this push. But that's an assassin putting out huge DPS. Right. Nirvir's on face. What does Memfisto have to deal with it? 1200 HP. Can he kill this dragon quickly enough? It's looking like he can. Okay, that looked like that was Memfisto's scariest part of the match. Nataraja was looking to win at that point. Didn't. And now Memfisto should be able to close this out with the XP lead that he's got. He's about to close into his Mana Frenzy.
Watch out, everybody. Blue's got Mana Frenzy.
Right. Again. Memfisto just wanting to get the bridges here. He knows Mana Frenzy. The bridges are just going to allow him to cycle so fast that he's going to have plenty of DPS to deal with this. Glen's Brew. It's going to pop, but it doesn't really matter. Nataraja's still 15 XP away. Can he hold on? Unlikely. Beam comes in. Assassin doing what it can, but it's just going to be too much. We've got a couple of monkeys there on face. Memfisto's going to take a 2-0 lead here. And of course, remember, before this, Nataraja hadn't lost a game. But suddenly he finds himself 2-0 down against Memfisto. And Memfisto has 1 toe in the grand final.
Definitely an impressive showing for Simulacrum. Anytime it got the Assassin or Reconator, it was great defense.
Yep, always had the haste on it as well, so was able to get huge value out of it. And of course, you know, if you've got if you're still their unit and then you just play the same thing against it, if you're hasted, you're going to trade so much better. Okay, Memfisto 2, Nataraja 0. These are the first games that Nataraja has lost all day. But Memfisto really putting the pressure on. Can he close it out? Can Nataraja come back? So Diona, Memfisto cannot play. Apep, Memfisto cannot play. Valorian, Memfisto cannot play. Memfisto getting restricted. The only restriction on Nataraja is the Milloween ban. Is he going to go back to his Ravager push? We've seen that be so impressive time and time again, but against Memfisto today in this semi-final, it came up against something that was able to deny it.
Also, something most people probably don't know, you can steal the skeleton option from Morelia's book with Simulacrum, which is honestly good value.
That is indeed true, because it's a minion card. And if you can get haste on those, then I think if you steal it at perk 2, you still only get the skeletons from perk 1 or something like that. There's some strange interaction. Right. Can Memfisto close this out? Can Nataraja fight back? We're about to find out. Semi-final time here in the fish tank. GGtoor's Knights Duel number 13. Who's going to play Dragon in the grand final? We're about to find out. Okay.
Love
Ratbo.
the insta-play with Lone Scout.
Ratbo. Apep. We got Ratbo. We don't see too often, but we've seen some good Ratbo decks today. Or at least one of them. Okay, Avea. Haven't seen Avea yet today, I don't think. So Avea, of course, the only unit, the only minion in the game that has a quest to shield 4 units, sorry. The quest is complete and you get your Legionnaires. Looked like there was only one activation this time. We spoke about Avea earlier, how the recent changes have nerfed her since she can't self-activate her shield. Makes it more difficult to get her quest complete. So the Bomber's being a pain. Nataraja wants to get Avea's quest completed as quickly as possible.
Nataraja taking a step back and running control. I wonder how effective Zeppelin will be for counterplay.
Right, trying to put the pressure there on Avea as much as possible. Wants to limit the number of activations, but Nataraja gets the second activation for that cycle. That's 3 activations in total, 1 more required, and then he's going to get the power spike of Avea. That could change things. The Dakka's unlikely to be incredible in this matchup. No super valuable targets for it to shred. Try to pick off what he can. Right, here's the Pebbles. Right, Avea looking for 1 activation here. There's the Dakka. There's the activation. Reboomer, we've seen that. Getting some value earlier. Only 1 pop this time. XP slightly in Memfisto's favour, but of course, as mentioned, Nataraja's going to have a good power spike from Avea. Again, we see the double Grenadier. Getting that from the perk 1. Now, the Pebbles not great against the Scrats. They can't really kill them quickly enough before they get overwhelmed. Right, here we go. Avea.
Very evil perk for facing Ritbo.
Avea with the shielded now Legionnaires. How can Memfisto deal with it? Memfisto still ahead on XP, but Having to defend a lot more deeply this time. He's just cleared the Avea, but because of Nataraja's cheap cycle, the next Avea is already available. Spawns it on the top lane away from the Golem. Right, Nataraja of course going to get perk 3 as well. That's going to be more impactful for sure than Ratbo's perk 3. Again, that Daka just sitting there, not really being useful at all. Oh, he's going to have... Memfisto's going to have so much trouble getting anywhere near the bridges because we've got the Pebbles, and now not only have we got the Pebbles, we've got perk 3 Magma Cannon. That's going to be so difficult for Memfisto to get any sort of position anywhere near the bridges. I haven't played in too much face damage at the moment, but let's see. Reboomer getting some pops there. Right. Now Nataraja this time having to spawn his towers, his buildings defensively, so Memfisto will like to see that, because that means he can get on the bridge, get a bit of XP. XP still so equal at the moment. Ratbo DPSing through that Reboomer just in time. This is anyone's game at the moment. Nataraja again being able to spawn his buildings right on the bridge. Daka not really doing too much. Picking off one of the Pebbles, but not really going to change much. And this is where the cycle, the cheap cycle, the free cards, the extra Legionnaires you're getting from Avea are just so oppressive in a cheap Apet deck, and they just keep coming. You see now Nataraja getting a bit of an XP lead. Blood Imp's getting punished, but it's, you know, fairly irrelevant. Needs to be careful at some point to stop using those, but at the moment, there's just no way that Memfisto's able to hold this back. Nataraja fighting back, 2-0 down, looking to make it 2-1, and he's on course to do so from the looks of the board at the moment. 10 XP to go. If he gets Mana Frenzy, he's definitely going to be able to close this out. Definitely, maybe. Blood Imps again being used, but not really punished in any meaningful way. Right, Mana Frenzy for Nataraja. He's going to have so many buildings putting pressure on these bridges. There's no way that Memfisto's going to be able to get anywhere near these bridges. Doesn't have much AoE clear either. We've seen the Skritillery not be too much value for Memfisto. The Daka really has just stayed in his hand. And here Nataraja's just going to be able to keep pushing, keep cycling. That blue Golem's almost dead before it even steps away from the tower. Memfisto getting fairly close to his own Mana Frenzy, but it looks like it's going to be too little too late at the moment. Look at these buildings. He's never going to see a bridge again. There we go. Memfisto stops playing. That's the power of Nataraja's Avea. And Nataraja fights back. 2-1. We have a game. We have a match on.
I think there was a major difference in perk efficiency this match.
A major difference indeed. That Daka really was useless for the entire game. You know, that's what happens sometimes with a perk like that. It can be incredible or it can be awful, and in that situation it was awful. No really good value targets for it to destroy, even for its cheap cost. Okay, so that's the power of Avea. So even with the changes to Avea, Nataraja still able to get a lot of value out. Took maybe one cycle longer than would have liked to get Avea completed, activated. But ultimately, once he got the power of Avea, once he got that Magma Cannon on from his perk 3, that made it so difficult for Memfisto to ever get anywhere near a bridge without just getting shredded. Okay, 2-1. Reminder, Dragon awaiting the winner of this in the final. It was looking like Memfisto 2-0 up, but 2-1 now. Nataraja fighting back. Anyone's game. Momentum shifts.
Now we have mind games in play.
So remember, Ravager is still on the field, still available for Nataraja. Hasn't won with that yet, which is surprising.
Will Nataraja return to aggro?
We'll see.
Welcome
No.
to Minion Masters. Let's go.
The journey of 1,000
Okay, here we go. Memfisto against Nataraja. Game number 4 in this best of 5 semi-final. Winner goes into the grand final. Wrecked Memfisto, Nataraja, Valorian.
To be clear, Nataraja banned Valorian and can indeed play him.
Thanks for the clarification. Okay, what's Memfisto going to have to deal with these brothers? Raged Assassin, absolutely shredding. Doesn't want it to get spanked by the brother. And it doesn't. Okay. Deals with the top push. Has an XP lead at the moment. Needs to be careful, though, because these Zealots, as we've seen, the Zealots, we've seen them played a lot, we've seen them banned a lot. That means they're kind of a flavor of the month card at the moment. Not too much value coming out from those prop hordes. Memfisto taking some reasonable face damage though, so can't really afford to keep doing that over and over again. How did the predictions look for this match? Okay, so it looks like a majority of the channel points were on Nataraja, but most people went for Memfisto. So people thinking Memfisto, but not putting their money where their mouth is. Okay, XP lead. Memfisto looking to close this match out. Nataraja looking to force it into a final 5th game playoff. It's a lot of clear though. Memfisto clears the board and is ahead on XP. He's going to get a bigger XP lead now. He's going to do some face damage with that raged Fire Imp.
Brothers of the Void tearing through Brothers of Light.
Correct. Smite ready, but Smite of course doesn't hit the flying units. Decides against it correctly. Nataraja struggling to get much control of either bridge at any moment so far. Perk 3 approaching from Memfisto. Big XP lead. Okay, Raged Assassin. Absolute monster. Right, Memfisto going to have to defend here. Nataraja's got some high DPS units. Putting some pressure on. XP is irrelevant if you're just going to close the game out through face damage. Okay, so Memfisto dropping under half HP. Still clearing this up. One solid Nataraja push could end this game pretty quickly. Memfisto in control from an XP point of view.
Still a long way to go for an XP win.
Yep, he has to hold on. A couple of solid pushes. Nataraja can close this out. Right, brother pushing at the top. Plenty of scrats to deal with it before its shield pops again. Brother still alive at the bottom. Right, that Razor Squadron can put out huge DPS if tanked for, which they're not. Right, perk 3 is come and gone from Memfisto. Nataraja has his own perk 3, but Memfisto pushing back. One punch blast, half kills one of the brothers. Memfisto knows if he gets the Mana Frenzy, he's going to close this out and get into the grand final. Nataraja trying to get a good push. One solid push could really do a lot of damage. That Assassin, though, my goodness. Right, Assassin does a big hit, takes a big hit. Brother, going to be tanked. Needs to kill it before the shield pops. 14 seconds, I think, on that. Here comes the push. We saw one good push. The Razor Squadron with the tank ahead of it was able to get a lot of work done, but we've only seen that once for Nataraja. Memfisto almost at Mana Frenzy here. Memfisto almost into the grand final. Can he make it? Bridge is staying red for a while. Brother gets shredded by the smite, but there's just enough, plus the master, to kill the zealots. And here we go, Mana Frenzy for Memfisto. Needs to grab a bridge. He hasn't had a bridge for a while. Really playing loose with those bridges for a moment. Nataraja, that 16 XP he needs, it's going to feel like it's going to take an eternity to get it. Can he hold on? Can Memfisto close? Let's find out. Here comes the push. Wall is deployed. Memfisto 10 XP away. I mean, Nataraja, sorry, 10 XP away. This is super close. It looked like Memfisto was going to get to Mana Frenzy and close this out. That's not quite so cut and dry at the moment. Nataraja needs to get Mana Frenzy and 3 XP, needs to clear, and then needs to get some bridges. Okay, Nataraja's still fairly healthy on HP, so can tank on face, but can he push back against this? This could just be too much. The Razor Squadron trying its best, but slowly dying in the corner there. Nataraja taking face damage here. Memfisto looking to close this out. He's looking like he's going to do it. Nataraja got to his own Mana Frenzy, but wasn't able to get any bridges. There we see Memfisto. Memfisto is our second grand finalist. And it was looking close there. Nataraja holding on, getting his own Mana Frenzy, but wasn't able to get any sort of bridge pressure. And that's what happens if you play against the Mana Frenzy for too long. You're just in too much of a deficit. Memfisto is our second grand finalist. Memfisto against Dragon. Right, very well played to Nataraja. Dominated today, really, until he came up against Memfisto. Memfisto did a great job dealing with Nataraja's heavy aggro decks. Nataraja switching to some different strats. They just ultimately didn't work out enough. The Avea was strong, but Memfisto did an incredible job. Very well played to both players. Right, that's both semi-finals done. DeathShoott, are you still alive? Okay, we're going to take a moment to regroup, and then we're going to get back into the action as quickly as possible here. We've got Memfisto against Dragon in the grand final. Okay.
I'm here.
Okay.
Kept rethinking what to say that wouldn't be 2 pages long.
Wow, okay. Memfisto into the final. Memfisto against Dragon. So, we're going to get set up for that. Get the bands in. We're going to be best of 5, of course. A reset. Okay. Memfisto. Boom. Dragon. So the smart money would probably be on Dragon just based on how many of these events he's won. But Memfisto doing a great job in that game, in that match against Nataraja there. Showing that he's really on it today. Okay, so 0-0. Grand final. Best of 5. Memfisto. Memfisto and Dragon. Okay. Memfisto here. Dragon. Okay, Dragon's restarting, I think. Okay, so once we get the ban information in, we'll be able to figure out exactly what's going to go on. We're going to just do a little announcement in the Discord, let people know it's the grand final time. Hey, thanks as always for joining us today. We're almost at grand final time. Grand final time.
Set up betting? Technically I can do that, but instead I'm telling you to.
Thanks. Okay, yeah, I was just waiting for the game to finish on the stream, which I think it has now, judging by the GGs in the chat. Okay. Right, that's done. Yeah, there's a lot to do on these events, and thank God DeathShoott's here to do 1% of it. Okay, choose outcome. Memfisto. Right, start the next prediction. Who will...
Already rigging it for Memfisto.
Who
nice.
Will be... What? Who will be the champion? Memfisto or Dragon? Okay, that's begun. Right. I am hungry. Okay, we got some ban information in. Oh, it must be really warm today because that chocolate is soft. Okay, Memfisto banning Morelia, Kernaf, and Defenso Chopper. Dragon banning Apep, Scrat Tunnels, and Grenadier. Okay, so just to confirm, no Apep for Memfisto, no Morelia for Dragon. We know Dragon likes...
Very nice variety bans from both players.
So Kernaf banned. It's probably going to put pressure on the potential strength of Milloween. Defenso Chopper going to mean that Swarm's going to potentially be stronger. Scrap Tunnel's quite a targeted ban against Memfisto, seen based on what we've seen today. Grenadier, just a casual, regular ban. Okay. So remember, this is best of 5 conquest rules. I'm losing my voice. I don't know about you, DeathShoott.
I wonder if Memfisto will try running the Scrat deck without Tunneler. Banning Defenso makes Reckinator much safer to use.
Yeah, the Reckinator gets really shut down by that Defenso.
I lost my voice before we even started. That's how intense this is.
Wow. You practiced your commentary so much yesterday that you were unable to do it today. Okay, so let's make sure we're ready here. Grand final time, Memfisto against Dragon. Dragon is online. Dragon, of course, the reigning champion, 4-time event winner for these GGtoor events. Just a reminder, if you're joining us, this is GGtoor's Night's Duel number 13, presented by GGtoor, Team Mana Frenzy, and Betadwarf. Thanks to those guys for supporting the event. I'm joined by DeathShoott, who has a sore throat today. That's why he's typing text-to-speech rather than talking. I know he's not well today, so really appreciate you helping out, DeathShoott. Hopefully we don't kill you too much.
Meow.
Sinobii, of course, helping behind the scenes, keeping everything running smoothly. Everything's been fine so far today. We are at the final game, Memfisto against Dragon, grand final. Bans are in. Predictions are being predicted. Let's start another giveaway. Okay, how are we looking on the predictions? Now, predictions. 62% of channel points going for Dragon. More people betting for Memfisto, but more channel points going for Dragon. Very close, though. Okay, let's make sure we're ready here. So we're ready. Okay, some yelling outside. Let me get my gun. Jokes. Just going to close the window. Okay, how long have we got on the predictions? Not very long. 65% of channel points
Just
on
gonna
Dragon.
close the window. Bang bang.
Yeah, sorry, I slammed it twice. Right, here we go. It's grand final time. Here we go. Game number 1. It's Memfisto and it's Dragon. What do we have?
For the Imperium.
Okay, Valorian for Memfisto. Apep for Dragon. Can Memfisto strike first against the reigning champion, or can Dragon take first blood? Elite Swarmer as the free Apep perk 1 card. That's a nice tank. Again, we see Dragon with the beam. It seems to be his removal of choice. Sometimes it sits there unused, sometimes it's incredible, sometimes it's misplayed. But let's see which of those comes true. Huge smite, removing the boom buggy in the corner there. Whirly Scrat doing a great job against all those Legionnaires.
Starting off with a Val win would be huge. But this will be hard.
Nice DPS. He's going to try to get the DPS there onto the Cage Prowler. Doesn't yet, but might do. Dragon having to work hard to keep the Prowler alive. But to what cost? The Prowler goes down quickly anyway. Memfisto will be happy about that. Slight XP lead for Memfisto at the moment.
I think that was a good beam moment.
You're typing in the wrong chat, by the way.
Cool.
Right, perk 2, slightly first for Memfisto. The Searing Light's going to help him remove those thick boys, like the Whirly there. The Elite Swarmer giving some extra tanking available, trying to keep that Cage Prowler alive. Again, Boom Buggy just gets insta-smited. Cage Prowler survives. Searing Light doing a good job. But the push continues. Memfisto taking a big hit there from the Prowler. XP's equal. That was a lot of damage though. Dragon back to the Prowler. Memfisto unable to put any pressure on it.
Matches this close get decided by a pep perk 3 or mistakes.
Okay, good beam there. That beam was a combination of what it killed and also what it allowed to survive. Nice clear. He's got a couple of ways of dealing with the boom buggy. Not having to use the smite now. He's got the searing light. XP still almost equal. Dragon tanking on face there, using the shield to its fullest. Right, perk 3. He gets Lady and Frey. Could be very important. Set up Lady and Frey with some tanks in front of it. She can start shredding huge amounts. Bit of face damage as well. Needs to watch out here. The tank gonna decides to tank on face. Beam in the pocket. The beam clears the defense, so he's going to be able to put on a lot of pressure. Dragon in a strong place at the moment. Nice tanking of Lady and Frey at the bottom, pointing it away. Memfisto dropping to 760 HP. Dragon looking to strike first in this grand final. Right. Whirly clearing the top.
If Dragon can start hitting tower with infra.
Yeah, Memfisto can't tank too much more. We saw him tank some Prowlers a few times. Nice smite at the bottom there. XP's very close, but still ahead for Dragon. Searing Light doing a good job there, but picking up a lot of the swarmers instead of the whirly. There, Memfisto knows that the beam needs to be played around. Make sure he played the whirly way away from his tower. Might, nicely done. Prowler spawns though. Just able to get a jump out. XP still very close, but slightly in Dragon's favour. Memfisto again needs to be careful here. Can't start tanking that Prowler on face anymore. Lady and Frey is going to get a big hit off here. Not on face though. Searing Light doesn't hit buildings, so he can't stop that Prowler spawn. With the XP so close, this is a very important part of the match. Whoever gets to their Mana Frenzy and locks down the bridges is likely to be able to close this out. Dragon 10 XP ahead now at the really important part of this game. No smite available yet. There it is. But the Boom Buggy got a lot of value out before it gets taken out. Right, Mana Frenzy for Dragon. 12 XP to go for Memfisto. Dragon looking to close this out if he can do. Okay, almost Memfisto Mana Frenzy as well, but Dragon has a lot of units out on the field. Memfisto needs to be really careful. That Prowler, he can't afford for that to hit face. Did a really good job actually letting the Grenadier aggro on face and then tanking the Prowler. Mana Frenzy for both teams, but look at the army coming from Dragon. The Prowlers are set up and ready to go. Memfisto unable to defend this, I think. Big hit on face. Prowler's in there as well. 100 HP, 70. Prowler finishes the game in dramatic fashion. And Dragon takes the first game 1-0. APEP. That Cage Prowler, without any way to pressure it, shut it down, was just too strong. And that's the first game of the grand final. It was close. It was a control matchup. A lot of pressure from both sides though. Dragon taking the first blood. The power of APEP. Just too strong. Memfisto playing a kind of an off-meta master with Valorian, trying to get a cheeky win. Unable to do so. Okay. First blood.
Let's go.
We're straight into game number 2. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Okay, Memfisto playing Diona. Dragon playing Mordor. Seen this Dragon Mordor be so strong. Will Memfisto have the tools to deal with it?
Looks like Dragon saw the shroom and emoted. Expecting stun versus his Mordor.
Yeah, those stuns are going to be fairly difficult for him to deal with. So this looks like the Memfisto deck that he used to deal with the Ravager of Nataraja. Okay, so we're going to have some spirits dropping here. Shen needs to be dealt with. Mordor, of course, terrible at dealing with his self. Shen's going to start getting some good value out here. Tombstone's active. Looks like we're going to get a Golem res. That's exactly what Dragon wants. The blue Golem doesn't spawn with Taunt, though. Okay, I think Dragon will be okay with the way this has gone so far. That Shen on face was frustrating, but he's got a decent army out at the moment, and he's not too far behind on XP, which is often a problem that Mordor finds itself in. Nice. Shen. Oh, that was beautiful. Golem didn't get to hit anything.
Good DPS bomb on the Golem.
Well, this Colossus could get into a lot of trouble. If this Colossus goes down, Dragon's going to be in a lot of trouble here. No Colossus res at all. Colossus just melts. Battle Monkey on face, uncontested at the moment. Tries to pull the monkey back to maybe get in range of the ranged DPS. Okay, that Colossus dying super quickly was really concerning for a moment there. Okay, Dragon not too far behind, but has dropped quite a lot of XP recently. The stuns for Shen and other units being really problematic for Dragon to deal with. But we know Mordor's a late game master. If he can be in with this game, he can be close, if he could be there or thereabouts as we get deep into the game, there's a chance. Tombstone charged. Ranged. Spawn. Nice use. Okay, that's nice. Keeping that alive. Good push at the top coming. Okay, Blood Imp's being used by Memfisto. Needs to be used sparingly, but of course, you know, that's the whole point of them. They're cheap, but they have a negative. Okay, Dragon catching up on XP and now ahead on XP. Not exactly what you would expect in this matchup. Grenadier doing a good job at the top. Okay. This is where Mordor gets very strong with the double tombstone. It becomes far more difficult to prevent valuable reses. Here comes Shen. Here comes the Zap Shrine. Here comes... Okay, all the stuns, all the taunts. This... Okay. Colorado melts. But it reses. But Shen could be the MVP here again.
First Colorado revive.
First Colorado revive of the game. Doesn't really achieve too much though. XP still in Dragon's favor though. Wouldn't expect that. Needs to be careful though. We saw Shen earlier do so much damage to face. But plenty of ranged units to shut it down. Boomer not going to do anything. Okay, double tombstones available. Zap Shrine stun. Res. Big res. Blue Golem res. This is when it becomes really difficult to deal with. When you've got the Blue Golem and the Colossus next to each other. Okay, Dragon in the ascendancy, I would say, at the moment. Okay, nice stun. Nice stun.
Go, boy!
Is it enough, though? Tombstone's coming. But this is a huge push from Dragon. I'm not sure how Memfisto holds this. Does have some totems available, but he's so low HP. That Colossus, of course, hits everywhere. Constantly, 100 HP left. Dragon fighting back. Dragon takes the game number 2 in this grand final. It's 1 game all. And Dragon was surprisingly ahead on XP for a lot of that game. Not really how you would expect that to go. The Dragon, again, bringing Mordor to the table and getting some real value out of it. Once Mordor gets to that perk 3, with those really valuable reses, those very strong units spawning with their spirit and their haste, they become really difficult to deal with, and that's ultimately what happens. So Dragon fights back. The grand final is 1 game all. Who knows where we go from here? But we will explore and we will find out together. Okay.
Very awkward for Memfisto to stop the tombstones with Zap Shrine. He's trying to use it for the flow of stun, but that kept resulting in revives.
Yeah, he did a good job based on what he had, but ultimately, just the constant pressure from those big revives. Okay, so 1 game all. So that means Dragon can't play Morelia because it's banned. Can't play... Oh, wait.
2-0.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I was going to say my notes didn't follow. Okay, so can't play Apep, can't play Mordor. Yep, sorry, I got a little bit distracted there. Confused.
We know you tried to rig it for Memfisto.
No, no rigging. Okay, Dragon 2-0 up in this grand final. Can he close it out? 3-0. Can Memfisto start to fight back? We'll find out. But Dragon can't play Morelia, can't play Apep, can't play Mordor. He's going to have to dig deep into the bowels of his deck building. Hast! Yep, sorry about that. Got a little confused. I think I would have figured it out myself when I was looking at my notes, because I was like, Dragon is 1 game all, but Dragon can't play any Masters. That doesn't add up.
RRRR round 3.
Round 3. Right, game number 3. Grand final. Can Dragon close this out 3-0? Can Memfisto fight back? I don't know. Let's find out.
Reckinator brew time.
Okay, the Reckinator is here. So we've got Morelia. We're going to be seeing spirits trying to drop on these thick units. Dragon playing Valorian. Does he have a Harbinger? Yes, he does. Can Memfisto deal with the Harbinger? Not sure. Has a Dragon Ball. Has Scrutillery. We'll see. 2 very different decks. Right, here we go. The Reckinator is shown for the first time. The Harbinger is also shown for the first time. Dragon Ball available and activated, though. That's going to drop. Nice reaction, though, from Dragon, though, trying to keep it alive, but...
Definite potential to stop Harbinger with spells,
yep,
but neither spell can solo stop Harbinger.
Well, the Dragon Ball does a great job shutting that down. That's a huge amount of damage. Reckinator is Glenn's Brood. Can he kill it? No, he can't. Massive face damage coming out from Memfisto. Huge. Wow. That's a huge amount of face damage. Can he build on it? Dragon did a great job dropping the Lost Legionnaires to try to tank the Dragon Whelp from the Dragon Ball, but the way the Dragon Whelp works with its melee attack range is it just ended up wandering back to
just
the
like
Harbinger.
that, Memfisto can start looking for easy face damage opportunities.
There you see the Scrutinery, not enough, but more face damage coming out. Can the Marines get a hit off? No, they're not. Right, Dragon trying to fight back. Memfisto's taken over 1,000 damage. Now, Memfisto's going to be kind of frustrated that he has to use the Dragon Ball like that. Not in a way that he can put pressure on face, but so be it. Big Smite, trying... He knows the Glenn's Brew is going to be popping that on face, so he's trying and succeeding in getting that Reconator to explode far away from face. Okay, Dragon stabilizing after that huge early damage from Memfisto.
Prioritizing spell reduction over spirit, to make stopping Harbinger easier.
Yep, good call. 4 mana Dragon Ball activated, ready to go. Going to be there immediately. Boom. Reconator. Sorry, Harbinger goes down. Battle Monkey. Wall pushes the Battle Monkey off face.
Very good ball placement, making it land behind the Harbinger.
Yep, trying to keep his opponent on their toes when they're trying to play something to try to pick up that aggro. Right, XP is very similar. This looked like a HP game, but that's, the longer this goes on, the more that's changing. Again, Dragon Ball ready to go. Dragon trying his hardest, but unable. Okay, a little bit of face damage from that, but can he whittle him down enough? Okay, this is going to be a hugely important part of the game. This Dragon push. What can he get done? Spirit. No Reconator Spirit. That's kind of frustrating, but can't kill the Harbinger with this Gristillery. Those Scrats on face. Valorian's going to start picking them off. No, he's not. The Valorian's on the Dragon. There's Scrats doing face damage. That's fairly problematic. Grenadier's going to clear it up, but Dragon's down, and he's going to be soon within lethal range. The Dragon Ball can really start doing a lot of damage. Remember, he's got the Glenn's Brew as well that he can drop on the Whelp. This is going to be too much, I think, for Dragon to defend against. Memfisto's fighting back! We got a final on our hands here, guys. Memfisto fights back. 2 games to 1. Huge early
Punished
damage.
for trying to squeeze a Valorian win in.
This is what happens when you start having to play these different masters, slightly off meta masters, when in these best of 5s. And that game was really all about that huge first push, doing so much face damage that Dragon was always going to be having to struggle when that perk 3 push comes out. Wow. Okay. Game on. Now, Memfisto got fairly lucky there that he had appropriate spells to deal with the Harbinger, especially that Dragon Ball. Dragon did a really good job trying to keep it alive, but just the way that the Whelp doesn't really aggro on moving targets very well, the Harbinger is just very difficult to keep alive in that situation. And we've definitely seen Dragon use that Valorian Harbinger, and if you don't have that direct counter, that Harbinger can really just become super oppressive. Well, okay. Valorian has not been victorious for either player in this grand final. Okay, 2 games to 1, best of 5. Game number 4 is happening around about now. Let's get some hype. Yeah! It's Memfisto, it's Dragon, it's game number 4. Dragon is 2 games to 1 up. It's King
Clap.
Puff. Good clap. King Puff against Diona. Can Dragon close out this? Can he become a 5-time winner? Can Memfisto take the championship? Or take us into a grand final? Grand final. We haven't seen too much King Puff today. I don't know if we've seen any King Puff victories today. Okay, so Cage Prowler. What does Memfisto have to put on as pressure? Nothing. Although, okay, the wall's going to shut this down. And here comes the Prowler. Prowler, I barely know her. Huge Prowler hit though. Nice shielded crossbow dudes though, going to do a good job. But the crossbow trap really starting to wear everything out there. Okay, so Dragon takes a slight XP lead. Going to be able to build on that, I think, pushing through here. We know perk 3 King Puff is going to be very strong. The question is Memfisto going to be in striking range at that point? Again, the wall just being used to tank. Prowler spawns. Right. Nice switch. Trying to keep that brother away, but of course, that top needs to be dealt with. It was an interesting switch because it prevented his units taking damage, but it also prevented his units from clearing up what was coming at them. A bit of an XP lead for Dragon at the moment. Ruffles trying, but getting absolutely frazzled trying to pick up that XP. Whirly Scrat's going to do a good job here. Bit of face damage coming out. Dragon's still ahead on XP. Nice use of the trap. So there we see you can't take a bridge with a trap anymore, but you can hold a bridge with a trap. Again, the wall. Someone in the chat said about the wall being the MVP. We're seeing a lot today, especially from Dragon. Thanks for the sub, Mika. Good to see you. Wow, huge hit there, but it's on the shield. Beam coming in, clears the pocket. That's expensive though. Was it worth it? I mean, Dragon's got a good XP lead. Bridge switch to grab. Okay, this is close, but Dragon seems to be in control. But we know perk 3 King Puff is going to be powerful if it gets the chance. King Puff perk 3, of course, is the empowered bridge switch that gives you the night puffs. Let's see, bridge switch is available. A little bit of mana being burnt from the looks of it there. Shock Rock, I think, really just because it was an awkward cycle. Beam coming in though. Okay, that's some decent value from the beam. Dragon's at perk 3. He's going to have that extra trap to help. Memfisto knows that his perk 3 is going to be strong, but he's just got to get there without being too far behind. You see a lot of the time, I do this as well when I'm playing King Puff, it's difficult to pick up those buffs as well as keep the pressure on the bridges. Frustrating at times. Okay. Ruffles keeping that bridge for longer though. Nice Shock Rock. Again, the wall doing a good job. Huge beam again. Dragon's got a big XP lead. We're waiting for those night puffs, but we're not there yet. Right, it's perk 3. We're going to see some night puffs at last.
Really thought he would swap that beam.
Boom. There we see. Night puffs. Can they get value? Can they change the tide? Long way behind Memfisto. Dragon looking to close this tournament out. The Whirly shuts them down. Dragon's got a lot of face to tank as well. Nice Shock Rock. Swarmers. Wall. Okay, those swarmers are going to have PTSD about that wall. But here comes the power of the Nightbot. The Nightbots, the Night Puffs. Okay, this is a fairly sizable push. Dragon close to Mana Frenzy himself. Taking some face damage there. Will clear up. Still 20 seconds till the next switch. As you can see, the Night Puffs really are helping Memfisto out. But is he, as I mentioned, is he going to be too far behind to really take good value of it? Right, next bridge switch available. Shockrock didn't quite get everything there. Remember, Shockrock has a smaller radius now. Right. Perk 3, Mana Frenzy almost here for Dragon. That's going to be his win condition. 30 XP behind for Memfisto. That's a huge problem. He's unlikely to be able to hold on against Mana Frenzy for that long. But we'll see. He's going to do his best. Dragon looking to close this one out. Mana Frenzy pushing. Bridges are red. This is going to be super difficult for Memfisto to hold against. Still 16 XP to go. I think we've had some GGs. I hear some pings of some emotes. Memfisto knows that he's really up against it now. That brother goes down so quickly. Base damage. Red's pouring on. This is going to be Dragon taking the tournament. He's going to be a 5-time winner. Dragon! GG! Dragon is the champion. We've seen the Cage Prowler used time and time again. Wow. He's done it again. Who can stop him? Dragon is a 5-time winner. He's won the last 4 events in a row. This guy is unstoppable. What a player. We saw some misplays from Dragon as we went through the day. Wasn't quite as dominant in the Swiss format as some of the other players, but he really pulled it out when it mattered.
Pretend there's excitement in this voice.
DeathShoott losing his mind. Wow. Yep, there was no bridge switch out of the beam. Trying to hold on to it maybe for those Night Puffs. The Night Puffs really were starting to change the flow of the match. But he was too far behind. He was just too far behind. Dragon is the victor. Congratulations, Dragon. You are a 5 times GGtoor tournament winner. Incredible. I'm clapping. I'm not sure if DeathShoott's clapping or not. But wow, very well played. We've seen some incredible games today. Memfisto started to fight back, coming back from 2-0 down, bringing it back to 2-1, but ultimately, Dragon just too strong.
Poor Fish has to hype all alone.
Fish is hyping all alone. Fish has got a sore throat. DeathShoott's throat is dead. Wow. I'm exhausted. That was... What a tournament. GGtoor's Knights Duel number 13, that was. Dragon is the champion. Again. Memfisto doing a great job getting all the way through to the grand final. But Dragon just too strong again.
Woohoo! Yay!
Oh, actual DeathShoott voice! Wow!
Yeah, I hate to break it to you, Fish, but this is actually my real voice.
Oh, wow.
I know I've been lying to you for a while now, but I'm ready to come out. It's
Okay.
shocking right now.
Good to hear you, but don't hurt yourself. You don't have to talk. Now, Dragon probably won't have a mic, or because you know people don't have phones, right? Or
Of
will be busy.
course.
We'll
Well, you can always
see.
interview me. I mean, I'm here. You know.
Oh, now your voice suddenly returns after
No,
it's
I
finished.
just figured I'd unmute for the after tourney talk since it wouldn't be that long.
Okay. Well, I hope you're not feeling too bad. Really appreciate you sticking through it, even though you weren't feeling very well. Much appreciated.
Of course, I would have to say the best part of the tournament was Colorado. An unbeatable
Colorado.
force. Truly an overwhelming thing right there.
Noseflow says Memfisto would have actually done the winner's interview. We'll see. I've asked the question. We'll see what Dragon says. You know, there's no pressure. If people don't want to do the interview, that's fine. People can't do the interview, that's fine. But we always ask the question. Just to put them in an awkward situation. Right, thanks for everyone that joined us today. I had a lot of fun. Hopefully you guys did too. Thanks to everyone, of course, for putting on this event. GGtoor, Team Mono Frenzy, and Betadwarf. Let's have a look. Okay, so let's catch up.
I realized I could actually have conversations with myself now.
Hide Sue.
Hi, hello. How are you doing?
Wait, what was that?
I am doing great.
Oh,
I'm also doing great.
You
wow.
took yourself. What the flip?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what do we have to do? Oh yeah, let's choose our prediction. Choose outcome. Dragon is the winner. Boom. Very well played. Good job to Memfisto and everyone else for doing really well today. I think we may have a giveaway running. Let's sort this out. Mika, thanks so much for your subscription. Right, we'll do a giveaway and then we'll do the awkward wave. I'm sure DeathShoott will pretend. Anno got a lot of points, a lot of channel points betting on Dragon. 5 times winner. So, are you going to be in the next one, DeathShoott? And do you think you can dethrone Dragon?
We'll see. We'll see. I think I can. It's happened before, but I mean, if the streak's so hot, might not be able to burn through, you know?
Yeah, he's
We'll
done
see.
very well. But every streak has to come to an end. Normally, at the hands of a police officer.
Well, Fish, as long as you don't start streaking, I think we'll be fine.
Okay, I'll try to resist. Okay, so let's see where we're at. Okay, I think that's pretty much everything done. We'll have a look to see who else is streaming Minions, and we'll find someone to raid. Okay, this is fine. Right. What's up, Weed? Thanks for joining us. 5 hours late. GG.
Definitely underlane, definitely.
Okay, so we saw the power of Dragon once again. Too much to handle for almost everyone. Nataraja was so strong.
Nataraja did beat Dragon in the Swiss bracket, but did not get the opportunity to face him in the 1v1 bracket.
Yeah,
At least I
good
think.
point.
Probably not crazy.
I'll agree with that. Yeah, sure. That sounds correct. Okay, we'll finish with a giveaway. I will thank everyone again for the 7,000th time, and then we will get out of here. Remember, it is...
Don't forget to mention that I'm sick, bitch. Don't forget
Yeah, don't forget DeathShoott's sick. Thanks for being here. My God. Don't forget, it's the Eurovision Song Contest. I'm sure DeathShoott's going to be watching it. It's already started.
Definitely.
I think the first performance is in about 10 minutes, so we've finished at the perfect time. I am not participating, but I will be watching.
Oh.
I know. Wait. Maybe
I don't know anything about Eurovision itself, but I did watch a movie on it with Will Ferrell, so clearly somewhat of an expert.
Somewhat of an expert. Right, if you missed any of the action from today's tournament, or if you want to go back over it, that'll be up on my YouTube tomorrow, maybe. So check that out. Drop it a follow. You'll get a notification, subscribe, whatever. Put the bell on. Ding, ding, ding. So you get a notification when that goes live. Okay, let's pick a winner. Boom. It's Underling again.
That's not me. Fish.
What's not you? You're not the winner.
That's not my name.
No, that's not my name. That's not my name. Okay, congratulations, Underling. You've won a thing. Okay.
What is this nonsense? Why you rigged giveaway? I want my code now. Send to me PLS.
Oh my god, relax. Relax. Okay, so that's it. That was GGtoor's Night's Duel number 13. The grand champion is Dragon. Congratulations to Dragon. Thanks to GGtoor, Team Monofrenzy, and Betadwarf for putting on this event. Thanks so much for DeathShoott to joining us, even though he was from his sick bed.
On my deathbed, but you know what?
Sinobii, of course, thanks so much for keeping everything running smoothly behind the scenes, as always. And yeah, you guys at home, thanks for being here. Everyone, thanks for competing. I think Sinobii put a link in the chat for the next event, so make sure you sign up for that. Remember, the more people we get in these events, the more chance they are to continue. You know, the sponsors, they want to see these events are popular. And remember, they are open to people of all ability. There's some really good players in here, but we saw a lot of new players today, and that's really great to see. It's a great way to get involved in the esports side of Minion Masters. It's a great way to learn to play against some of the top players, to find some decks to steal, all these good things. Maybe one day you could be playing against the mighty DeathShoott or the mighty Dragon, and maybe even beating them.
And maybe even Fish. I mean,
maybe,
truly
maybe
the highest of us all.
Wow. One day, maybe. Right, we're going to get a raid on. Thanks so much for being here. Let's get our raid message. Sub raid. Okay, get your raid message. Thanks so much for everyone being here. Okay, so we got to wait for 3 minutes. Well, I've got to wait. DeathShoot's going to pretend to wait.
Hold on. Inside information. Apparently, Nataraja didn't even beat Dragon. Dragon forfeit so he could eat. Probably because he knew he was going to qualify anyways with his points. So
oh, interesting.
That's interesting, yeah.
Well,
got to make those tough decisions, right? Food, tournament, I mean.
Well, maybe, you know, he just needed a break, needed to come back fresh, and it certainly worked out.
Yeah.
Right, thanks everyone for tuning in. I'll be back next week. Come hang out in a fish tank. I appreciate you. Thanks for the subs today. I know we don't have notifications on or anything for the tournament stream, but they still count. Yes, the VOD will be there. Arjunweed will be in the comments for the VOD for sure. And of course, if you watch the VOD, you'll get to see extra behind-the-scenes waving action that doesn't get shown live because it gets cut off here. But you'll get extra waving, which is probably worth a YouTube sub, right? DeathShoot's looking forward to it.
I'm so excited.
Okay. So, I'm just waiting to see the waving start on the stream, and then we can F off. I mean, then we can leave professionally. Thanks, guys.
Let me know that it starts, you know. Actually, I'll just add my own contribution right now. Give me a moment.
Wave,
there we go.
Wave.
What the hell?
Wave.
That's annoying as shit.
Wave.
I'm
Wave.
helping.
Wave. What the hell? He got really excited at the end there. Wave.
Yeah, I didn't put any commas on the last one.
Wave. The only people that check out the VOD are going to find that.
Exactly. It's a hidden nugget.
Easter egg. Okay. Did we start waving it? Oh! Awkward wave. There we go.
Nice. Oh, you were waving during the inside information? Wow. Crazy.
Check out the YouTube VOD for DeathShoott behind the scenes waving.
The voice reveal?
Okay, we're going to go see Equox Dragon. He's a Minion Masters partner. The only German Minion Masters partner. He's a super nice guy. Let's see what he's up to. Give him some fish tank love. The Minion Masters community love. Okay. I'm bored of waving. I'm just going to hit the raid button now.
Ah!
Boom. There we go. Are we gone? Are we gone?
Now I can make my disgusting sounds. Sore throat.
Oh my god.
There we go.
That's still going to be in the VOD.
No, it's not. You lie.
I haven't stopped it yet. Let's